Okay, today we are continuing our stream of Fate Stay Night Remastered. For so just a quick recap. Archer died. Archer died. Shirou got kidnapped by. Shirou got kidnapped by Elia. Uh, then there were. Then Reen and Saber had to rescue him, and Archer. Archer stayed behind to fight Berserker and buy them all time, which Shirou needed to rebond with Saber and get a proper connection going, and so which allowed him and Saber to be able to defeat Berserker. So we are now 3 servants down, halfway into we are at the halfway point, or as far as the competition goes, and 1 dead master, which Shinji is the 1 dead master so far, and Shirou's the only one who mourns for him. All right, so let's continue where we left off. February 12th. Fate. 13. Infinity Arms. The sky was still pale gray. Was it dawn or dusk? It's hard to tell. The vast sky overhead and a white field stretching out on all sides. The sky seemed close enough to touch. Clouds, low enough to grab hold of. This was one of the battlefields she fought on, but there was no longer any cavalry in her service. The sprawling golden meadow was gone. Instead, unfolding under the dull sky, was the remnant of a battlefield. No emotion. She must have seen this kind of thing almost daily. Her desolate heart was empty. As she leaned against the golden sword, she exhaled deeply and let her shoulders relax. The battle must have ended. After glancing over the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returned to her camp. Those were the battles she experienced. Her cold, calm demeanor remained unchanged. No matter the predicament she's been in, she remained just like the woman I've always known. And then I see the dream of a king. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur, and Artoria, the life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight, changed so radically. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. There were those who had their suspicions, but the king of knights who wielded the sacred sword knew neither injury nor age. Excalibur was blessed with the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. As such, nobody questioned her tiny frame, which was much too small for a knight, or her face, which may have appealed girlish. Instead, she was hailed as a truly beautiful king. And in fact, the king was invincible. Neither size nor appearance mattered. Those who lived in fear of the savage invaders desired a strong king, and the valiant knights who would follow only a truly superior leader. The king satisfied each of these conditions, and so nobody questioned the king's identity. It did not matter if the king was a child or a woman. All that mattered was that the king protected the nation. The new king was fair and selfless, and always stood on the front line, fighting and defeating the nation's enemies on the battlefield. Many enemies and citizens died, but the king was always just, and she played her role as king better than anyone else. There was no room to suspect otherwise, and any such suspicions would be pointless while the king was right in any case. She knew no defeat on the battlefield. Her army reformed the lost cavalry, then charged across the battlefield, defeating foreign infantry and smashing through their defenses. Did she always stand on the front lines because her nation was behind her? Before she headed out to battle, she had to cast aside so many citizens. Once she was on the battlefield, she had to cut down all her enemies. As her battles were fought in defense of her nation, it was common to wring villages dry to support the army. In that sense, no knight killed as many as she did. I can't tell if she ever really felt that burden. It's not something I can really know from a dream, but I do know she didn't have a moment's doubt or hesitation on the battlefield. Grief never touched her thoughts when she sat on the throne. A king is not human. Human emotions would make it impossible to protect people. She kept to her oath, never wavering. She addressed the issue facing her nation, and she worked on matters of political concern. She ruled without wavering, and she punished the deserving without error. And after winning so many battles, unifying so many clans, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur doesn't have a human heart. One of the knights in her entourage murmured this. Everyone must have felt the same way. The more perfectly she carried herself as a king, the more everyone questioned their monarch. There is no way someone devoid of human emotion can rule humans. Several reputable knights left the White Castle of Camelot, but the king accepted this as inevitable and incorporated it into her rule. And so the fair king, once so admired by her knights, began to isolate herself. Such trivialities were of no concern to the king. Even if she was deserted, feared, or betrayed, her heart would remain unchanged. It couldn't be helped. The moment she took that sword, she abandoned her emotions. And then her final battle began. The Battle of Badon Hill ended in a complete victory, and that inescapable conclusion led to the savage clans finally offering peace. And so, the nation that had been holding its breath, waiting to be destroyed, knew a moment of peace. The age of warfare where a nation leaned on a singular hero came to an end. Britain was finally going to become the nation she'd always dreamed of. The scene starts to fade away. I realize the dream is ending and I'm about to wake up. I can feel myself drifting closer to wakefulness. But before that happens, something really ticked me off. She's stupid. Oh, she's strong and a gifted fighter. But there's a difference between being good at fighting and being cut out for it. The people around her ticked me off too. If she didn't notice it, someone else around her should have told her, or she would go on making the same mistake forever. Seriously, how the heck did she have so many people around her and no one told her the truth? I wake up. We escaped Ilia's forest and returned home yesterday afternoon. Tosaka went back to her room, complaining her stomach hurt, and my headache wasn't getting any better, so we all decided to just go to sleep. It must have been the extra weight I was lugging around. As soon as I got into bed, I couldn't get back up. Saber was the only one who seemed fine, and Tosaka and I left her to guard the house while we slept. And then... So I slept for half a day. At least my headache's gone. I'm relieved. The whole thing with Berserker, the headache I got after copying Saber's sword was unreal. If it had kept up, my head might as well have just split down the middle. Then I notice. Huh? Saber is sitting on the floor, right next to my head. Saber? Why are you glaring at me like that the first thing in the morning? Did something happen while I was asleep?
いいえ、ただ夢を見てしまったもので。いえ、何でもありません。それより朝食にしましょう、シロ。もう起きる時間です。
Saber gets up and heads silently out of my room. What was that about? I don't know why Saber's acting strange. I'm really not sure, but she was sitting by my bedside the whole time. Was she nursing me back to health? The moment I have that thought, the scene from last night comes back to me. What the heck am I thinking? I shake my head to rise myself of those impure thoughts. That night, my contact with Saber was entirely about my duty as a master. If I don't rationalize it like that, I'll never be able to look at Saber again. Calm thoughts, calm thoughts. We acted normal when we were coming home yesterday. That's all I need to do. No, I was actually just tired yesterday, but I still need to act normal. Besides, Saber wouldn't like me acting like this. Okay, I just need to calm down and make breakfast. I take a deep breath and get changed. It's 9 in the morning. Saber hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday, so she must be hungry. 9 is so late, it's practically not even morning anymore. As hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast.
シロ、今朝は私とあなただけですが、リンを起こさなくていいのですか?
No, everyone's still asleep. Considering what happened yesterday, it's probably best to let them sleep. I'll leave their food out, and they can eat whenever they like.
そうですか。それでは早めに支度をしてもらえると助かります。もうこんな時間になってしまいましたから。
I know. I feel better now, so let's head to the dojo once we finish eating.
え、道場に行くとは、まだ私と剣の鍛錬を続けるのですか?
Why not? It's our daily routine. What's wrong, Saber? Did I say something weird?
あ、いえ。もう鍛錬はしないのだろうと勝手に思い込んでいました。バーサーカーが倒れた今、シローがそこまで必死になる理由はなくなったのではないかと。
I see. You know, you may be right. The common enemy we all share in Berserker is gone now. We teamed up to take on an enemy far stronger than us, and that's also why I trained so furiously in such a short period of time. But I'd like to keep training. I'm still an untrained mage, and I get to see the real you when you wield a sword. That makes it easier for me to talk to you, too. Well, I say easy, but what I mean is that I kind of enjoy it.
はあ、道場での私は本音を出しているのでしょうか?
Sure do. At least you don't hold back. And I prefer it that way. Besides, I think you get to loosen up as well. Anyway, our routine has been us sparring in the mornings. Don't take the few pleasures I have. I take the ground beef and pork, green onions, mushrooms, onions, and eggs out of the refrigerator and head to the kitchen. All I need is panko, sake, and cooking oil.
はあ、
Well,
そういうことでしたら、私も反論はありませんが。
Saber mumbles quietly to herself in the living room while I work. I can't quite hear what she's saying from the kitchen. Smack, smack, pound, pound. I mix onions, pako, sake, eggs, salt with 400 grams of ground beef and pork, and knead it all together. I've decided to be bold today, so I'm making stewed Japanese-style hamburg steak for breakfast.
リン、目が覚めたのですか?
Saber's voice drifts out from the living room. Tosaka? I glance back over my shoulder as I cook.
おはよう。ごめん、牛乳飲ませて、シロ。
Tanaka comes in, looking grumpy, and grabs a carton of milk from the fridge.
寝すぎて頭痛い。あれ？何？朝から凝ってるじゃない。
Where'd that grumpy face she made a second ago go? Her eyes are practically sparkling now.
へえ、美味しそう。ちょうどお腹も減ってたし、助かったわ。
Is that so? Well, she's the one who gets to enjoy herself here, not me. Reminds me of what my old man used to say. Someone gains, someone else loses. I've thought this before, but you've got a keen eye.
あら、人並みに目端が利くだけよ。それじゃあ、私の分もよろしくね。
She waves as she heads back to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, Tanaka plops down at the table. Seriously, I don't know where she gets off acting like the king of the castle here in my house.
だらけていますね、リン。
Yeah, way to go, Saber. She says everything I wish I could. However, Tanaka dismisses Saber's criticism nonchalantly by just agreeing with her.
そりゃだらけもするわよ。バーサーカーがいなくなった今、あとはキャスターとランサーとアサシンでしょ。バーサーカーに比べたら大した敵じゃないし、今のセーバーなら余裕で撃退できるじゃない。
They're noting compared to Berserker? Somebody get on that.
それはわかりません。ランサーもアサシンも一筋縄で行く相手ではない。キャスターに至ってはまだ出会ってもいないではないですか。謙遜謙遜。アーサー王の手にかかっちゃそんじょそこらの英霊なんて10羽一からげでしょ。今までは魔力不足で嘆いてたけど、それも解決したし、今のセイバーに対抗できるサーバントなんて一人もいないわ。
Saber narrows her eyes at Tanaka. I have the same reaction. We shouldn't let what Tanaka said there just go by. Tanaka, do you know who Saber is?
うすうすね。確信が持てたのは昨日よ。あれだけの聖剣を扱える英雄なんて一人しかいないもの。
What about Gawain?
まあ、伝説のアーサー王が女の子っていうのには驚いたけど、目の前にいるんじゃ信じるしかないじゃない。それに伝説なんて都合よく改ざんされたものでしょ。セイバーが隠したのか周囲が隠したのか知らないけど、確かに中世の王様が女の子ってのは都合が悪いものね。そりゃ誰が何と言おうと男として扱うわよ。
Tosaka's tone remains the same. Saber at least doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to agree with Tanaka. She certainly doesn't seem about to argue. She's basically acknowledged the fact. A hero with a connection to the sword is selected to be the Saber servant. Based on that alone, she would absolutely make for the best Saber. The heroic symbol of Britain. The wielder of a sacred sword, so famous she's even known in this faraway land. But then, what of it? The legend of King Arthur ends with the king's death. Even heroes are still human. Their stories usually end in death, but no hero dies a proper death. King Arthur was no exception. If I remember correctly, King Arthur died in battle. At the Great Battle of Camelot. After unifying Britain and supposedly having no more foreign enemies to defeat, King Arthur was drawn into a conflict with an unexpected enemy in the end. It was the treachery of her own army, the knight she vowed to protect and fought alongside for so long, that led to King Arthur's death. King Arthur defeated the army's leader, but took a fatal wound in the battle, and so entrusted her only surviving knight, Bedivere, with the task of returning the sacred sword to where it belonged. Travel across this bloody battlefield and over the hill. You will find a deep lake. Throw this sword into that lake. But Bedivere did not fulfill that final duty. Fearing the implications of losing the sword, Bedivere falsely reported not once but twice that he had thrown it into the lake. Each time, King Arthur once more ordered Bedivere to throw the sword away. Finally, on his third attempt, Bedivere was able to fulfill his king's wishes. Except for that one time that he didn't, and, that's Singularity 6. It is said that King Arthur died after making certain the sword had been returned.
それよりシロ、あんたこれからどうする気よ？
Tosaka suddenly turns to glare at me. Eh? What do you mean, plan to do?
だから和室で寝てる物騒な子供のことよ。放っておけって言ったのに、ここまで連れてきたのはあんたじゃない。
Oh, that's the heavyweight.
それについては私も言いたい。バーサーカーを失ったとはいえ、イリアスフィールは危険なマスターだ。それを保護するなど、シロはどうかしています。
そうそう。あんなのは綺麗に預けちまえばいいのよ。
The two glare at me as one. That's right. The moment Berserker disappeared, Ilya fainted. She showed no sign of waking up, and I couldn't just leave her, so I brought her back home. Of course, Tosaka and Saber objected, so I carried her myself. A master who loses their servant either flees before another master kills them, or is protected by the church. Tosaka says we should let Kotomine take care of her, but I don't think that priest would take very good care of Ilya, so I'm having her stay in one of our spare rooms.
シロ、あなたの考えは立派ですが、イリアスフィールに関わるのは危険です。今ならまだ間に合う。早々に教会に預けるか、その令状を剥奪するべきだ。
Saber's serious. Changing her mind won't be easy. Do you have a problem? We couldn't just leave her alone. Ilya's just a kid, and she wasn't herself. I'd feel bad leaving her with Kotomine.
かわいそう。あんたね、あの子にあんな目に遭わされて、まだそんな寝ぼけたこと言うわけ？
同感です。シローはイリアスフィールに感情移入しすぎています。彼女は何度もシローを殺そうとしたではないですか。
The two are more united than ever. But I need to stay my ground. Ilya was our enemy, but she never had any malice for us. As long as she has a good influence, she won't do any more harm. And I said this at the start. I'm not fighting to kill masters. I'm fighting to end the battle.
それは分かってはいますが。
Saber's tone softens, though she's clearly not convinced. But
そう。それじゃあイリアスフィールのしたことを全部許すっていうの？言っとくけど、あの子は私たち以外のマスターも襲っている。もしかしたらもう何人かマスターを殺しているかもしれない。それでもあなたは助けてやるっていうのね。
Well, I know one master he killed, and let's just say he won't be missed. Well, yeah. Ilya admitted she killed Shinji after I let him go. Shinji used Ryder to kill everyone at school. If that's what he did as a master, I suppose his death was inevitable. But Shinji was a friend of mine for years, and thinking of Sakura, I can't just write off what Ilya did. But that means there's no chance of closure. Even if Ilya is no longer a master, as long as she can reflect and feel remorse, I think we should save her.
そうね。それは正しい。けどシロー、私はアーチャーのことを帳消しにする気はないの。私のアーチャーはあいつに殺されたんだから。
We're at an impasse here. We all freeze, staring at each other. But then...
何よ。サーバントなんて最後にはみんな消えちゃうじゃない。そんなこと気にしてるなんて、マスター失格ね、リン。
The very girl under discussion appears.
イリアスフィール。
待ちなさい。あなたたちに用はないわ。戦う気もないからそんなにいきり立たないでくれない？ほんと同じレディーとして恥ずかしいわ。私よりずっと年上なのにたしなみってものがないんだから。
Elia shrugs, looking disgusted.
なんですって？
Saber and Tosaka are once again in sync. A whole new kind of intensity comes over them.
まあそれも怒らないであげる。今はあなたたちに構ってる場合じゃないもの。
Elia turns from them to face me. Elia?
礼を言います、セイバーのマスター。敵であった我が身まで気遣うその心遣い、心より感謝いたしますわ。
Huh? I stare at Elia in disbelief. So sudden is this that even Saber goes quiet. Tosaka just keeps drinking her milk, giving Elia the stink eye. And then, Elia smiles that familiar smile of hers.
なんてね。やっぱりシロはお兄ちゃんだ。
She launches herself right at me and hugs me around the neck.
何者
Tosaka spits out her milk. What the? I can almost hear the vein popping out in Saber's forehead.
離れなさい、この無礼者。
Saber rushes toward me. Elia twists around, swinging to my back.
無礼者はどっちよ。サーバントのくせに私に意見しようなんて100年早いわ。
あなたに従う義務もなければ意思もありません。減らず口を言う暇があるなら今すぐ城から離れなさい。
そんなの聞かないよーだ。ねえシロ、昨日みたいにしよう。あれ本部って言うんだよね。
Elia spins around me. I'm not a jungle gym! Saber hurries after her, trying to catch her. This is bad. What specifically is bad? Well, it's just bad. The two can't stop glaring at each other. It must be because Tosaka is just watching from afar, but... She just wipes the milk off her mouth as if nothing is happening and says...
どうでもいいんだけどね、二人とも。そのままだとそいつ死ぬわよ。え？
The two peer curiously at me. It's pretty clear. My neck's getting wrenched around. I now face the greatest danger of my life. Okay, let's review the current situation. The hamburg steak I've been working so hard on is packed away in the freezer. First, there's Tosaka. She's being relatively quiet. She seems to be keeping a straight face, and it looks like she's just going to watch things play out. But who could say what she might be thinking to herself?
何？シロ。
Elia is sitting next to me, and for some reason, she looks like she's in a good mood. She's looking curiously around the living room, but it doesn't look like Saber or Tosaka are much concerned to her. Whatever either of them might say is likely to go in one ear and out the other. And then there's the one I'm most concerned about. Saber. She's glaring anxiously at both me and Elia. She's not usually so fidgety and restless. It feels like I'm resting on a bed of nails. So I can't leave things like this. I don't know what's going to come of this, but I have to do something about the situation. Let's settle this. If we keep this up, it'll drag out until lunch.
そうね。結論は決まっているし、問題は早めに片付けた方がいいわ。そうでしょ、セイバー。
そうですね。私とリンの意見は同じですから。あとはシローに納得してもらうだけですが。
Saber's really digging her heels in.
ねえシロ、リンとセイバーは何を話したがってるの？
Oh, they want to talk about what we should do with you. You lost your servant, so we want to know what you plan to do from now on.
そんなの決まってるでしょ。教会に保護させるか、森の城に追い返すのよ。どちらにしたってここにいさせる選択肢はないからね。シロもそう思ってるの？
Elia looks at me, her face emotionless. I trust Kotamine less than I trust Elia. So we're keeping her. Atsuko always told me to protect girls, and I don't like seeing kids suffer. Well, I think Elia should stay here. The Holy Grail isn't over. I want to shelter Elia until the last of the masters are taken care of.
シロがそう言うんなら私もここにいてあげるね。
Hey, Elia, you're choking me. I can't breathe. I intend to pry off Elia from me, but before I get a chance, Saber steps over and does it for me.
何よ、さっきから邪魔ばっかりして。あなた、私に恨みでもあるの？
当然でしょう。その身がシローに何をしたか私は忘れることなどない。シローもシローです。イリアスフィールをかくまうなど百害あって一理なしとわからないのですか。
What about it? Elia doesn't have a servant anymore, so she's not dangerous. She's no longer a master. Besides, how would you feel if she got kicked? How would you feel if she got attacked after we abandoned her? Elia's life would be in danger, and the other masters might gain power from her.
それはそうですが、しかし。
Saber hesitates. No matter what she says, Saber understands that another master might attack Elia if we leave her alone.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。セイバーを陥落したところ悪いけど、私はまだ説得されてないわ。いいシロ。そいつはまだマスターなのよ。サーバントを失っても、霊樹がある限りマスターはマスターだって教えたでしょ。
She says that. Tanaka just butts in while she sips her tea. Hey, what is that supposed to mean, Tanaka?
だから霊樹さえ残っていれば、サーバントとは何人でも契約できるのよ。主のいないはぐれサーバントがいて、かつマスターにそのはぐれサーバントを許容できるキャパシティさえあれば、何人とだって契約はできるわ。
What the heck? So if there's a capable master around, they can form contracts with as many servants as they want?
何人でもってわけじゃないわ。聖杯の力で呼び出せる英霊は7人が限度だから、最大でも7人ね。もっともどんなに優れた魔術師だって複数のサーバントを具現化させる魔力なんてないわ。あるとしてもその場合は10の魔力を5に分けて2人のサーバントを刺激することになる。そうなるとサーバントの能力は下がるから複数のサーバントと契約する旨味はないけどね。
I see. So if I formed a contract with Saber and Berserker, they would have to split my magical energy between them to maintain their existence, which would drastically weaken both of them. That means it would make more sense to keep into one servant and supply them with magical energy. Now that you mention it, didn't you say servants could change masters? Is this what you meant?
あら、珍しく勘がいいじゃない。シローの言う通り、サーバントがマスターを変えるっていうのはそういうことよ。マスターを失ったサーバントは消えるまでいくらか猶予がある。で、その間に他にサーバントを欲しがっているマスターを探して契約すれば元通りってわけ。ええ、 リンに気を許しちゃダメよシロ。そいつだってまだマスターなんだから。シロを殺してセイバーを奪うかもしれないし、まだ生きてるサーバントと再契約するかもしれないわ。そう、それはあんたにそっくりお返しするわ、イリア。そんなことないもん。私他のサーバントとなんて組まない。イリアのサーバントはずっとバーサーカーだけなんだから。
I don't know what kind of relationship Ilya and Berserker had, but I do know that Servant was special to her. That is a surprise, but at the same time, it makes me happy. I'm happy to know that despite the fact that as a master, Ilya was relentless, she still cherished her partner.
あ、でもシロが負けちゃったらセイバーは私がもらうわ。私はシロ以外のマスターが勝つのは認めない。でももしシロが負けちゃったら私が代わりに勝ってあげるんだから。
Ilya says that proudly, just as she was starting to impress Saber and Tosaka.
バカなことは言わないでほしい。私はシロのサーバントです。あなたのサーバントになる。
へえ、別にそれでも構わないわ。私はシロに勝ってもらえればそれでいい。私が勝つのもセイバーがシロを守ってくれるのもどうせ最後は同じだもの。
Huh? What a weird thing to say. Actually, if she wants me to win, why would she think like that anyway? And then Tosaka must have found it strange too. She starts to think.
私は構います。ともかく私は認めません。リン、あなたからもシロに忠告してください。
ごめんなさい、聞いてなかったわ。もう一度言ってセイバー。
ですからイリアスフィールをここにかくまうのは反対だということです。
ああ、それいいんじゃない。別にかくまうぐらいなら。
は？
Saber freezes. I had advocated for this, and even I'm surprised. I don't blame the opposing Saber for being frozen in shock.
リン、あなた正気ですか？
ええ、冷静に考えてみればリスクはどっちも同じなのよ。イリアを一人にするのもここでかくまうのも教会に預けるのも変わらない。いえ、むしろイリア目当てでマスターが来てくれた方が助かるわ。今のセーバーなら他のサーバントが束になっても負けっこない。聖杯戦争を終わらせるならその方が手っ取り早いし、それはあなただって望むところでしょ、セイバー。
Congratulations, Shrimp! You just became bait!
ま、あなたが他のサーバントに負けるって言うんなら話は変わるけど。
まさか今の私がどのような状態かリンなら分かっているでしょう。シローが私のマスターである限り私に敗北などありえません。
でしょ。ならイリアをかくまうのも問題ない。それに気になることもある。シローの選択はもしかしたらとんでもない妙手だったのかもしれないわ。
Tosaka goes quiet. She must have convinced Saber, who reluctantly takes a step back from Ilya. We finish breakfast and move to the dojo. Tosaka goes back to her own room while Saber follows me. As for Ilya...
ねえ、本当に剣の鍛錬なんかするの？
She follows me to the dojo like we're joined at the hip.
私、今日はシロと遊べると思って楽しみにしてたんだよ。なのにセイバーなんて邪魔者はいるし、ここ寒いし、つまんないよ。
Well, I'm not surprised Ilya thinks this is boring. Watching someone train isn't what I'd call exciting.
ねえ、今に戻ろう。強くなりたいなら私がシロの力になってあげる。
Elia takes one of my hands in both of hers and tries to tug me away from the dojo. But at least in this, I can't indulge Elia. No, I can't, Elia. I train every day, so I can't miss today. I'm not a proper mage, so I need to work hard to be ready to fight. Besides, if I train, I can protect you too, Elia. I decided to shelter you here, so I should train to help me do just that.
それはそうかも。けど私、シロに守られなくてもいいんだけどな。シロはお兄ちゃんなんだから、一緒にいてくれるだけでいいんだもん。
It seems I failed to convince her. Elia tugs more aggressively at my hand. Saber watches silently all the while. Her eyes burn into the pair of us. She must still not approve of Elia being here, and is being more than a little cold toward her. And then our eyes meet. Good timing. I'll ask for Saber's opinion. I said I can't. Tell her, Saber. Tell her I train with you every day.
私に言うべきことなどありません。イリアスフィールを連れてきたのはシローです。彼女に言い聞かせるのはシローの役割で、私の責務には含まれていませんから。
I don't know why, but I guess she's really ticked now.
なんだ、セイバーもよくわかってるじゃない。剣の鍛錬なんてしなくていいのよ。残ってるのは雑魚ばっかりなんだから、そんなの必要ないもの。ねえシロ、他のマスターなんてセイバーに任せて、私たちは外で遊ぼう。
Whoa, hey, slow down! I lose my balance and feel myself being tugged toward the dojo's exit. Hey, no, let go, Elia! I'm not going to indulge you this time. I'm not skipping my sword training. I'm going to stick to it. Sure, you might think it's boring, but I enjoy it. If you're going to complain, then go wait in the living room. I shake her off violently. She obviously didn't expect me to fling her away like that. Elia backs off, surprised, then looks at me nervously. Crud! I should have been nicer about it. Sorry, Elia. I was too rough with you. But I'm not going to give up my sword training. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but please stay in the living room. Elia sulks away toward the entrance, but stops by the wall. Hmm?
いいわ。ならここで見てる。それなら文句ないでしょ。
Elia suddenly roars in defiance. She glares our way, pitching a small tantrum. Well, I don't mind, but it's cold in the dojo, and there's tea and snacks in the living room for you.
私がいいって言ってるんだからいいの。なんだ、シロとセイバーを二人きりになんてさせないんだから。
Elia huffs and turns her nose up. Oh well, you're more than welcome to go back to the living room if you get bored. At least things have settled down. I take the two shinai leaning against the wall and turn to face Saber. Then let's begin. It's been 3 days, so I might be a little rusty. Hey, are you okay, Saber? You look a little dazed. Do you have a fever?
いえ、別にそういうことではないのですが。
Saber turns away from Elia, furiously shaking her head. So, are you all right? Let's begin. Here's your shinai.
いえ、投げていただければ結構です。あまり不用意に近づかれては困ります。私たちは剣の鍛錬をするのですから。
That's what I've been saying. What else would we do? That's what I've been saying. What else would we be doing, Saber? A little confused, I toss the shinai to her. Besides, I've never once landed a strike on Saber. I've never even gotten close to being within striking range of her, so Saber telling me not to come close seems odd. Saber takes the shinai and tosses her a bit awkwardly, then lets out an audible sigh.
それでは始めましょう。今までとは勝手が違いますが、平静を保つようにしろ。
Saber glances at Elia as she speaks. I'll be fine. Once we've started, nothing will bother me. I grip my shinai and focus on Saber. She stands in front of me, shinai in hand. Now my attention is fixed only on her. We spend 2 hours training, then go on break as usual. This just reminds me how amazing you are, Saber. I nod approvingly and gulp some water from the kettle I brought along. I quench my thirst and wipe the sweat from my neck with a towel, which helps me to finally relax.
ねえ、今のが鍛錬なの？なんかシロが一方的にやられてたようにしか見えなかったけど。
Healy is so blunt about things most people would find awkward. It's not true, Healy. It may have looked like I was just getting beat up, but it was actually worse before. In fact, I didn't pass out even once, so I'd say I did pretty well today.
そうなんだ。けどそれってシロの腕前なのかな？セイバー、シロが何度もバランス崩してたのにわざと見逃してたような気がするんだけど。
Elia's expression turns thoughtful. She's sharp. I found it odd too, actually. Either Saber was holding back out of concern for me, or she is in top form. Whatever the case, Saber didn't go all out. Well, she may not always fight seriously while we're training, but she's always been merciless about exploiting openings before. Today she lacks drive, though. Normally she just rushes in and attacks hard enough to knock me out, but there was none of that today. You think so too, Elia? Maybe Saber's given up on me.
不思議とそんな感じはしなかったよ。セイバー、ちゃんとシロに追い打ちしようって竹刀を構え直すんだけど、とっさにやめて下がっちゃうのよ。あれ、何だったのかな？見逃してるっていうより、怖がってるっていうか、遠慮してるっていうか。
Huh? Saber would never hold back. If she had the compassion for that, she wouldn't have beat me so bad the first day. Yeah, Saber isn't the sort to hold back in training. That's why I was able to focus so completely on her weapon. What's gotten into Saber? This isn't training at all. It seems unbelievable, but did she go easy on me?
いえ、手を抜いていたなどということはありません。私は普段通りシロより一段階上の剣士を想定して相手をしていたのですが。
Something's not right. Saber has to see it too. Yeah, I can't imagine you ever taking it easy on me, and I know you were being serious. But I think you were holding back. If you didn't come right at me, this is pointless.
正面からですか？ですが、そうなるとマスターに近づきすぎです。それでは展開によっては体がぶつかってしまうというか。
Huh? Well, we're sparring, so I guess we might bump shoulders or something. Besides, you used to slam your whole body into mine to knock me down because you said I wasn't defending myself well enough. And close combat is your specialty, Saber.
私、そんなことをしていたのでしょうか？
That's kind of a weird question, but yeah, frequently. Remember how you just slammed me into the wall when we first sparred? I said you were pretty strong for a girl, and you said it was natural for a swordsman. Saber stands there, dumbfounded. What's going on? Saber is acting really weird today. I'd hate to learn she isn't feeling well. I should talk to Tosaka later. We get back to our training, but it's still different than before. But after just a few strikes, Saber sets down her shinai. Is this a new kind of training? She might strike me straight in the head the moment I drop my guard and get close. I breathe hard, watching Saber cautiously. Saber narrows her eyes, showing that she's serious now, and steps forward.
シロ、昼食にしましょう。
That's not like her. Huh? I lower my shinai. Lunch? Is it that time already? According to the clock, it's a bit before noon. It's lunchtime for sure, but this is the first time Saber's the one to step up and suggest it. Neither Saber nor I paid much attention to the time when we trained before. We'd take a break, then notice we were hungry, then we'd check the clock and see that it was about lunchtime. It's a good idea. I could go along with it easily enough. Yeah, let's have lunch. That's a good idea. It's a little early, but I guess I can start preparing.
早いのですか？もうじき正午ですし、調理には時間がかかるのですから、ちょうどいいと思うのですが。
Well, I actually made us box lunches today. Everything's done and packed, so we just need to bring the bento from the living room and we can eat now.
素晴らしい。それならなんとか我慢できそうです。
Saber breathes a sigh of relief. Huh? What do you mean, hold out?
いえ、特に意味はありません。取るに足りない独り言ですので、早速昼食にいたしましょう。
Saber, you've been pretty weird today. You were even sparring weird. If you're not feeling well, you need to tell me. If you're not feeling well, you shouldn't eat the bento. I'll make you something a little easier to digest.
いえ、そのようなことはありません。今から調理しては時間がかかりますし、今すぐ昼食を取らなければならないし、とにかく昼食にしましょう、シロ。
What's gotten into her? She doesn't look ill, and it doesn't look like I'll need to make her anything special. Got it. Then I'll bring over the bento and some tea, so you two just wait here. We don't often have bento for lunch, so let's take the chance to eat here in the dojo.
はい、期待しています、シロ。
Saber waves enthusiastically, sending me off. She's flustered, she's mad. Seriously, what's going on with her today? It's noon and we eat lunch. I made a hearty breakfast, so lunch is boxed leftovers.
これは、なるほど。朝の料理をパンに挟んだのですね。
Saber nods her approval as she eats her sandwich. The way she uses a paper napkin to keep her hands from getting dirty. There's such grace even in the way she eats a bento.
朝も思ったけど、シロはお料理上手よね。私ね、ご飯が美味しいのはいいことだと思うの。
On the other end of the spectrum, Elia eagerly crams her sandwich into her mouth. I can't tell if she's just playing around or copying me. Elia seems to have better manners than Saber, except at the table.
待ちなさい、イリアスフィール。それでは髪が汚れてしまいます。
Elia must have had butter smeared on the corner of her mouth or something. Saber leans in reluctantly, wiping off whatever it is. It's cute.
ありがとう。けど、どういうつもり？セイバーは私のこと嫌いなんでしょ？
ええ、今でも警戒はしています。ですが私とて人の心はわかる。あなたには敵意がなく、シロは客人として迎えました。ですから私も最低限の礼は尽くしますし、それにその髪は美しい。目の前で汚れてしまうのはいささか心苦しいというものでしょう。
そんなこと言ったってシロは私のものだけど、まあ少しはセイバーのこと考えてあげてもいいわ。シロを勝たせてあげることはできるけど、私じゃ守ってあげられないものね。
Ilya shrugs and takes another bite of her sandwich.
言われるまでもありません。マスターの盾となるのはサーバントの責務ですから。
Saber responds plainly enough as they eat. Their conversation hasn't changed much, but at least they sound calmer. As we relax after finishing our meal, Tosaka comes in.
シロいる？こっちの準備はできたから早めに顔を出してよね。
Her message delivered, Tosaka heads straight back to the outbuilding. Oh, right, I forgot. Tosaka was going to teach me magecraft in the afternoon. I've never had a proper teacher, so Tosaka's magecraft lectures have been really helpful. She seems to be willing to keep teaching, so I should clean up here and quickly head over to her. Sorry, but I'm going to head to Tosaka's room. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so you two should go back to your rooms and rest.
いいよ。私もなんだか眠いし、少しお昼寝する。
Ilya walks out of the dojo, rubbing her sleepy eyes. That's a relief. As long as Ilya goes to sleep, I don't think there's any problem with me going to Tosaka's room.
シロ、リーの部屋に行くのですか？
Yeah, I just said that. Tosaka's teaching me the basics of magecraft.
その必要はあるのでしょうか？バーサーカーは倒れましたし、私たちが協力して挑む敵は存在しなくなった。ならば、シロがリンに教わることはなくなったのではないですか？
She might be right. Tosaka's lessons were originally meant to help me when we went up against Berserker. So with him gone, there's no reason for her to teach me anything else. No, Berserker or not, I do still want to learn from her. There's still so much I don't know as a mage, and I'd like to fix that as soon as I can.
そうですか。シロがそう言うのでしたら、私に止める権利はありません。
Huh? Saber looks sullen as she says this.
じゃあレクチャーを始めるけど、その前に聞いておくわ。あんた、体で壊れちゃったところとかない？
That's how she began. It's kind of an odd question to ask the moment I arrive. Huh? Broken? Like what?
だから動かない箇所はないかって聞いてるの。あれだけめちゃくちゃしたんだから神経が焼き切れるのは分かってるのよ。まあそんなのはどうでもいいんだけど、体のどこに異常があるのかぐらい知っておかないと授業にならないから。
According to Tosaka, some parts of me should be numb. But since I'm the one living in my body, I can't say she's wrong. Nope, everything's working fine. The headache and fever are gone now that I've had a night's sleep. I feel fine.
はあ？そんなわけないでしょ。セイバーの剣を投影したのよ。あんなの腕一本維持してもおかしくない芸当じゃない。
But I told you, I'm fine. Besides, if my body wasn't working, I wouldn't have been able to carry Ilya back to the house. And at that point, the only thing wrong with me was a headache and a fever.
嘘よそんなの。シロ、ちょっと腕見せてみなさい。
She tugs on my arm before I can reply, then stares at it. I realize I'm holding my breath. I may have gotten used to her being around, but I'm definitely not used to her being so close.
本当に異常はないみたいね。焼き付いた跡かな。あざみたいに黒くなってるところはあるけど、他は完全に修復されてる。いえ、治ったというよりようやく生え変わったってとこかしら。
Tosaka mutters quietly to herself as she inspects my arm. Hey! As if that weren't enough to leave me beet red.
ふざけた体ね。これ例の自然治癒による回復じゃないわよ。シローの自然治癒は明らかに外部からの働きかけだけど、こっちはあなた自身の治癒能力だと思う。
Reading lifts my sleeve up, pressing her fingers all along my arm. Hey, stop! That's enough, Tosaka! Go sit back down if you're done!
ん？何よ。こっちはあんたの体を見てあげてるっていうのに。って。はは
Tosaka leans closer to me.
熱は下がったって言うけどまだ十分ありそうじゃない？シロ、顔が真っ赤よ。
That's for me to worry about. It's none of your business, so leave me alone.
そうなんだ。関係ないんなら私がこんなことしても影響はないわけよね。
Don't put your hand on my forehead. I don't have a fever, so there's no point in this.
ええ、そうみたいね。今度は耳まで真っ赤だもの。熱っていうより酔っ払ってるみたい。
She's doing this on purpose. This is deliberate. I know it. Tosaka, you know exactly what you're doing, don't you?
ああ、バレた？シロがあんまりにもベタな反応するからついからかっちゃった。
Anyone who would toy with a man's innocent feelings like that should do their repentance in him.
ま、冗談はこの程度にしといてあげる。あんまりからかうとミイラ取りがミイラになりかねないしね。
That's a problem. I feel like Tosaka's only teasing me harder now. Tosaka, might I remind you that this is serious and I'm here to learn from you?
あら、失礼ね。私だってそのつもりよ。今のだって教え子の状態を確認しただけだもの。
Oh yeah? So what are you going to get to today's topic then?
そうね。本題といっても私の専門外だからアドバイスぐらいしかできないけど、しないよりはマシだから。正直に言ってしまえばね、私があなたの力になってあげられたのは前回でおしまいなのよ。こんな短期間の授業で魔術は身につかない。私はただあなたが使ってなかったスイッチを取り付けただけ。それはわかる？
You mean that jewel? Yeah, ever since I swallowed it, I've been able to turn my magic circuits on and off without creating them from scratch every time.
そう、一朝一夕で教えてあげられたのはそれぐらい。けどそれだって今まで鍛えてきたものを表に出したに過ぎないわ。私はあなたが体で覚えた魔術を後押しすることしかできないし、他の魔術を教える気もない。だって才能ないもの、あなた。
Yeah, you being so blunt about all that is enlightening. But you can at least give me some advice about the magecraft I can use, right? So tell me what kind of magecraft I used last night. Tosaka doesn't answer. She's just glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy. Tosaka, this is supposed to be a lecture, right? I get nervous when you go all quiet like that. She looks away, frowning. It's only a brief flicker of her expression, though.
無理よ。私、投影魔術なんて使えないもの。自分が知らないものを教えられるわけないじゃない？
Huh? Something you can't do? Wasn't what I used against Berserker pretty basic for a mage? I just imagined a structure and let magical energy flow into it. It's no different than strengthening magecraft, but flooding your own magical energy into something that is already formed is difficult. It's like adding what you think is red into an existing mixture of paints to draw out the red hue, only to end up with some completely different color. By comparison, it's much easier to work with my own paint from the very beginning. I could just draw out whatever I want that way. What do you mean you can't do it? I'm sure you can do that kind of thing. It's much easier than strengthening.
あんたね、今の他の魔術師に言ったら間違いなく殺されるわよ。あんたがやったのは投影で、かつ宝具を完全に複製していた。あそこまでできるフェイカーなんて私は知らない。
A chill runs down my spine. It's not my imagination. Tosaka is actually angry.
どうってことないわ。そんなことあんたの蔵を見た時からうすうす感づいてたんだから。今さらエミやシローに殺意を勘違いしてるようだから言ってあげるとね、あなたがやったのは投影の魔術なの。実在する美術品とか名剣とか そういったものを自身の魔力でイメージとして再現するっていう半端な魔術よ。大抵は儀式の際に使用する一時しのぎの代用品として使われる。イメージで編んだそれは当然架空のものとして認識されるからすぐに消えてしまうものなんだけどね。
Huh? I get that they're replicas created from a mental image. I saw Saber's sword in my dream and imagined the golden sword based on it. I don't really get it. Magical energy is like clay, right? Reproduction or no, what you make shouldn't disappear once the object takes form, right?
そんなわけないじゃない。魔力ってのは自分の体の中でしか存在できないものでしょ。だから物に魔力を通したり魔力をスターターにして自然干渉を行うんじゃない。そりゃあ私だって魔力を飴のようにこねて探検ぐらい作れるわ。けどそれで終わり。それは探検の形をした飴に過ぎないし、外に出した魔力は気化していくからすぐに消えてしまう。いい？魔力だけで作り上げたものは長続きしないものだし、あくまで形だけのものよ。まあその形だけのものを外見も性能もオリジナルに近づけるのが投影魔術らしいんだけど。
She's right. Magical energy has no shape. I can feel it while it's flowing through my body. Once it leaves, it thins out and eventually disappears entirely. But then, no matter how many blueprints I make in my mind and form with magical energy, everything will fade because it's all made from magical energy. Now that I think about it, when Kiritsugu was teaching me magecraft, I showed him with my half-cocked attempt at projection, but he told me to stick to strengthening because what I was doing instead was inefficient. I see. So projection consumes a lot of magical energy, and there's no point in using it because what you make disappears immediately.
そういうこと。例えば銃の魔力を使って剣を投影するでしょ。その場合その剣の力はせいぜい3か4なのよ。人間のイメージなんて穴だらけだから本物通りの複製なんてできないんだもの。対して銃の魔力を使って剣を強化した場合、その剣の力は20にも30にも跳ね上がる。加えてその持続時間は投影の何百倍よ。わかった？投影魔術っていうのは今じゃ儀式の時にしか使われないものなの。道具が揃えられなかった時の代用品としてすぐに消える複製品を用意するための魔術に過ぎない。シローの父親が強化を教えたのは適切よ。ただでさえ魔術回路が少ないんだから投影なんて無駄な魔術を教えたら一般人と変わらないもの。
I got that. But what was that then? The golden sword I imagined was real for a moment, and it even had the real sword's power. Huh. Was it just a freak accident that I projected Saber's sword then? Now that I think about it, the amount of magical energy in that sword was remarkable, replicating something that ends up with a few hundred times the magical energy I myself have does seem pretty weird.
それはきっとシロは剣と相性がいいのよ。魔術、あなたはそれが剣なんだと思う。
Connections? You mean elementals like fire or water? You mean elements like fire or water?
そう。普通は世界を構成する一元素を背負うものなんだけどね。魔術協会でも火はノーマル、風はノーブルって言われてるじゃない。地水火風空でもいいし、木火土金水でもいい。このうちどれか一つを魔術師は持っているんだけど、中にはさらに分化した属性もあるわ。大抵そういう魔術師は中央には入れず、突出した専門家として名を馳せるらしいけど、それで言うならシローは剣よ。多様性はないけど、こと剣に関しては頂点を狙えるってこと。
I see. That's probably true. I've always been fascinated with swords. Now I'm curious about Tosaka's specialty. Knowing her, it's probably fire or wind or something else that suits someone like her. I should probably just ask since I'm curious. Hey Tosaka, I'm curious, what's your specialty?
私は五大元素っていう属性だけど。
Does she mean all of them?
ともかく私が言えることなんてそんなものよ。投影は虚栄って言われるぐらい意味のないものだからあまり多用はしないこと。それにね、セイバーの剣を模造するなんてそんなのは自殺行為よ。あの時はうまくいったからいいものの、本来なら自滅していてもおかしくなかった。あんたも言ってたけど、セイバーの剣の魔力はシローの魔力のキャパシティを超えているのよ。それを複製するってことは自分の魔術回路の限界を軽くオーバーしてるってわかるでしょ？
Yeah, I know. But it's not so easy to go beyond your own limits, right? I thought I couldn't go any further anyway, because I was already at my limit to begin with.
いけるわ。だからこそ魔術師は死と隣り合わせなんじゃない。魔術が形式に沿ったものなら知識さえあればどんな魔術だって行えるのは同意でしょ。たとえ自分では再現不可能の奇跡だって分かっていても、それにチャレンジすることは誰にでもできる。魔術師なんて動力源に過ぎない。小さなエンジンでもアクセルを踏み続けていれば規定以上のスピードは出る。けどそれと同じよ。魔術師っていうのはね、自滅さえ覚悟するなら限界なんて簡単に超えられる。魔術回路を焼き切らせて神経をズタズタにして、それでも魔力を回転させていけば奇跡に手は届くわ。あなたの投影はまさにそれよ。戦いの後ずっと体が熱かったのは神経が焼き切れていたからだもの。それが分不相応な魔術の代償よ。手足の1本や2本壊れて当然のことをあなたはしたの。
Tosaka's voice grows a little louder, but at the same time.
だから覚えておきなさい、エミヤ君。自分の限界を超えた魔術は術者を廃人にするわ。セイバーの剣を投影するなんてもう二度とやらないで。
Tosaka is worried about me, genuinely. After her warning, Tosaka prescribed some medicine I'm not familiar with.
まあ、無理するなって言っても無駄だろうしね。気休めだろうけど、もしもの時の痛め止めぐらいは飲んどきなさい。うまくいけば、あざで変色した肌も治るかもしれないし。
Tosaka explains this as she prepares some kind of green powdery medicine. I drink it with some tea. Tosaka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe some other medicine. Anyway, I feel bad for Tosaka having to go through all her stuff just for me, but I feel like I'm wasting time just sitting here. I should... I feel like if there was anything more she could tell me about projection, she would have done it. Now that I think about it, there's one thing that I don't understand. Why wasn't Tosaka just crushed during our battle with Berserker? What sort of trickery did she use? Hey Tosaka, can I ask you something about something that happened yesterday?
何？忙しいんだから手短にして。
Okay, so Berserker grabbed you. I'm just wondering how you survived. You don't look like it, but you do work but do you work your abs or something?
鍛えてあるだけでバーサーカーの腕力に耐えられるなんて、私のお腹は鉄以上ってこと？
Sorry, that was the wrong way to ask. I apologize, so please stop grinning at me like that.
そっちこそ無駄に挑発しないでよね。で、どうやって持ちこたえたかだけど、 事前にお腹に宝石を仕込んでおいたのよ。服の内側に貼り付けて防護膜を貼ってたわけ。納得いった？
I see. So you expected Berserker to grab you from the get-go. Makes sense then, planning to protect yourself. But that means your jewels...
もう品切れよ。セイバーに1個、バーサーカーの注意をそらすのに3個、顔を吹っ飛ばすのに5個で、体を守らせてたのが1個。10年以上蓄えたものだけど、使うときはあっという間だったわ。しかもそのほとんどを使ったのにバーサーカーは倒せなかったし。
In spite of her dejected side, Tosaka doesn't seem to regret what happened. What's done is done. She knows very well not to dwell on what she lost, but to focus on what she gained in exchange. I see. Sorry about that, Tosaka.
ありがとう。まあこの教訓を生かして次は私一人で倒せるようなものを作ってみせるわ。
She's as blunt as ever about that, but I'm also sure she'll manage it. And then I realize, Tosaka is the reason we won against Berserker. And, after giving me several medications, Tosaka instructs me to do simple strengthening exercises while we keep an eye on how my body reacts. Apparently, she's checking to see that nothing goes wrong inside me when I use magical energy. Honestly, Tosaka seems more like a doctor more than a teacher today.
よし、問題はないみたいね。この分なら明日はもう来なくていいわ。
Huh? That's a bit of a surprise. I don't have to come tomorrow. That means...
当然じゃない。今の状況で私があなたに教えることなんてないもの。本気で魔術を、それにもうあーちゃんはいないでしょ。素人の協力関係はもうとっくに終わってたのよ。
What? I suddenly realized our alliance was only so we could defeat Berserker. Now that Berserker's gone and Tosaka doesn't have a servant anymore, our living arrangement should be over. Should have ended yesterday even. So what are you going to do now, Tosaka? Are you going to go to Kotamine's place? That'd probably be the normal thing to do. Tosaka and Father Kotamine are student and disciple, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to go asking him for protection.
なんで？行くわけないじゃない。まだ負けてもいないのに。サーバントがいなくなったから戦えないなんてことはないでしょ。それにやり逃げってのも趣味じゃないしね。一度戦うと決めたからには最後まで事の顛末を確かめるのが責任でしょ。
She says this like it should be the most obvious thing in the world, and she's proud about that. My eyes widened. Well, okay, maybe not. I should have expected this from Tosaka. She's unbelievably stubborn, absolutely selfish, and captivatingly brilliant. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to go out on your own now? There are still servants and masters left.
そうね。だからしばらくはここで情報を集めるわ。竜道寺の調査も再開しないといけないし。
You're going to stay here? Are you sure? It'd be a big help if you stayed, but our alliance ended, so...
何言ってるのよ。バーサーカーに勝てたのはあーちゃんのおかげでしょ。協力関係は終わったけど、その借りはまだ貸したままよ。返済が終わるまでここを提供するのは当然じゃない。それに責任は最後まで取るって言ったでしょ。ちょっとの間だったけど師弟になったしね。あなたを一人にしたら頼りなくって心配で聖杯戦争どころじゃなくなるわ。
Oh, right. It feels like a lifetime ago, so I'd nearly forgotten. But I've admired Reeds because of exactly those qualities for a long time now. So I'm actually very happy. That's the Tosaka I've always known and liked. Besides, if I ever saw the day a girl as stubborn as her gives up, I wouldn't know what to believe from then on. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, Tosaka. Whatever else I might say, I wouldn't know what to do without you. Saber and I need you, Tosaka.
いいけど、あんたその言い回しはやめなさいってば。バカ正直なのはいいけど、気をつけないと誤解を招くわよ。
Maybe in the next playthrough. Huh? I'm not sure why that upset Tosaka so much. Tosaka, what do you mean I might give people the wrong idea? What wrong idea?
あのね、今のは失言なの。聞くなって態度で表してるんだから、追求するのはルール違反よ。
Tosaka must be aware of some secret rule I'm not.
呆れた。これじゃセイバーも大変だわ。まあ、それともあんたたちはそれでちょうどいいのかもね。少しぐらい麻痺してないと、あなたもセイバーもダメなのかもしんないし。
Okay. I still don't get it, but I didn't miss what you said about feeling bad for Saber. What do you mean she has it tough?
だから、あんたのそういうところが大変だって言ってるの。その分じゃセイバーの変化になんて気がついてないんでしょ、エミヤくんは。
Changes in Saber? It's not about her appearance, right? If anything would have changed in Saber... Oh, right, she has been acting weird since this morning. No, I just thought she was in a bad mood because Ilya was with us. She just sat there all stiff and quiet. And when I asked her if there was something wrong, she just got up and left, saying something about having a dream. Having had a dream. And I pretty much forgot it in all the hustle and bustle over Ilya. Yeah, Saber's been a little off since this morning. Like her head is somewhere else.
セイバーが夢を見た?
Yeah, when did she say she had a dream? Did I miss that? Did I pick a wrong choice earlier and just miss that dialogue? That's the bit that surprises you? And now she's ignoring me. Hey, don't go quiet on me. That face you're making has me nervous.
ああ、別にそんな大したことじゃないわ。単にサーバントは夢を見ないってだけだから。
Huh? Servants don't dream?
そうよ。サーバントは夢なんて見ないわ。それでも見たって言うんなら、それは夢じゃない。単に誰かの記憶を垣間見ただけの話よ。
Maybe Tosaka's experienced it before. The coldness in her voice runs so counter to her usual cheerfulness. And now it's time to prepare for dinner. With so much happening these past few days, I thought the whole cooking rotation had gone out the window. But then...
今日の夕食お願いね。今夜もまた冷えそうだし、イリアもいるし、シチューとかいいんじゃない?
She steps out of her room as she speaks. Well, yeah, I guess stew would be perfect for Ilya. Maybe it's the hat and coat she wears that makes me think that. Whatever the case, I don't have a problem with making stew for dinner. I'm no expert at Western dishes like stew, but I don't think I can really mess something like that up. Oh, but before that, it's a little before 6 o'clock. I still have some time before I need to cook. We had training, so I've done my share of sweating today. Seems like now would be a good time to take a bath. Taking a bath before dinner might be a hassle, but Tosaka and Saber usually do it right after dinner, so it'd be pretty late by the time it was my turn. I have a bad feeling about this. The hallway is cold. The heaters have rooms nice and warm, but once I'm out in the hallway, I can feel the wintry chill. Wouldn't it be better to say the rooms have heaters nice and warm? I don't know. Fuyuki's winters are typically warm, but the weather's been screwy these past few days. Speaking of cold, it looks like it snowed. I must not have noticed because it only lasted for less than an hour and didn't snow a large amount. If there had been much snow on the ground, my yard would be packed with an entire army of snowmen, which really sucks to clean up. In that sense, I'm glad it didn't snow much. Of course, the snowman army would be the work of a single person. I can't help but smile as I remember when it snowed last year, and her cold reddened hands gripping the lectern. Huh? I was thinking of taking a shower, but the bathroom is already warm.
Shiro.
I hear something moving in the water. I strain my eyes, trying to see the bathtub through the haze of steam. My mind goes blank as the white sheets of steam filling the bathroom. What? My throat closes up. I can't get a word out. My brain stops working. I'm paralyzed. But in the back of my mind, I recall something similar happening. Actually, the exact same thing already happened. Last time I was dressed and Saber wasn't. Not this time. Oh, Saber! The only sound is my own loud gulping. Saber just freezes, watching me as I stand there dumbfounded. She's going to get mad. Here it comes. I'm going to die. Her soft lips begin to tremble. In a second now, she's going to start yelling. Sorry, it's my fault. I was going to use the shower. Well, I didn't think anyone would be using the bathroom at the shower. But yeah, I should have figured it out earlier, but... I ramble out a lame excuse as I step backward, trying to head back to the changing room. It's not that I'm gawking at Saber, but for some reason, it feels like making a mad dash for the changing room would just make Saber angrier. The truth of the matter is, I can't take my eyes off of her. I remember the night in the ruins. I recall Saber's warmth, how close it was. Her body was so frail and slender. The heat of our bodies, even our heartbeats mingled, overlapped. At the time, I was just desperate to fix the problem. But now it all feels so tempting. Anyway, we can talk later. I try to reach behind me for the exit, and then...
申し訳ありません、シロ。その勝手な申し出なのですが、今は席を外してもらえないでしょうか。
Kind of what I'm trying to do. Saber averts her gaze, her voice oddly muffled. Now I really don't know what to think. I'm not sure why Saber isn't mad. Seeing how embarrassed she looks causes blood to pound into my skull. Why? The words come out before I can stop myself. Saber looks down even more apologetically.
ですから、シャワーを使うのはもう少し後にしてください。この場を一人で使うことを今だけは許してほしい。
Saber shrinks in on herself, hiding her body. And then I suddenly remember. When I ran to her at the changing room last time, Saber didn't say anything. Sex does not matter for servants. She said that. Appearances hadn't mattered to her. Well, you see, hold on. I can't find the words. My head's spinning. Come on, work brain! So, you're not mad, Saber?
シローが体を洗うのは当然でしょう。私はそこまでマスターの行動を制限しません。
I get it. Saber doesn't care what she looks like or whether she has clothes on or not. That's why it's not weird for me to be here. The bathroom is a place to wash one's body, so my presence isn't strange. It doesn't matter whether Saber is here or not. Knowing that helps, but I have a feeling I'm wrong. So then, I don't think it would be a problem if I used the shower right now. You know?
ですから、それは見られることは問題ではないのです。ただ、私の体は凛のように少女のものではありません。ですから。
So, she blushes even more, tripping over her words.
シローにはあまり見てほしくない。このように筋肉のついた体では殿方には見苦しいでしょう。
I've seen worse. She definitely ain't no Bargus. She sounds so bashful. I almost faint for just so many reasons. You fool! I would never think... I would never think that. Saber's body is a long, long way from unsightly. She says she's rugged, but that's never bothered me. Sure, she's more muscular than Tanaka, but still, I think Saber is very feminine.
シロ、そういう理由だから一人にしてほしいのですが。
I don't know how I responded. I only remember nodding slightly and pulling the door closed. And so the day ends. Dinner was chaotic. Ilya got chattier with each meal, and she and Tanaka have gotten into this weird point where I'm not sure whether they're fighting or being friendly. Saber has accepted Ilya's presence here, but she hasn't warmed up to her. More than that, Saber gets pretty frowny whenever Ilya gets near me. These past few days have been just plain rough. The normal routine of just a few days ago has devolved into complete chaos. I stepped silently out into the yard. It's just about time for the calendar to roll over to the next day. I walk beneath the pale light of the moon, leaving faint pumps of white breath in my wake. Next thing I know, I'm at work on my daily routine. I don't really need to train out here since Tanaka is teaching me, but I still sit on the cold ground and check on the things I've been working on for so long. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about my skills. It's more that I find doing it soothing. I've been doing this for years, so just not doing it would feel weird. Trace on. I put even more effort into tonight's training. Tanaka told me not to do it anymore, but I can't just do as she says. If I could master this projection thing, it'd mean I could be a lot more helpful to Saber. And the heat from earlier is still lingering within me. The night at the ruins, the battle in the forest in the morning mist, the golden sword I created. The residual heat still lingers in my hands, and deep down I find myself hoping I'll be able to reignite those flames. Creation philosophy, appraisal. It's easy to recreate. At the time, I was so desperate that my mind was a jumble, but now I can retrace the necessary steps to form my incantation. No. From the very beginning, there's only been a single thing that could serve as a trigger for me. The pronunciation is the same, but just by changing my perception of how it is said, it will become something entirely mine, my own original spell. Basic structure, hypothesis. I know very well how dangerous this is. Tanaka doesn't need to remind me. I really have no business getting anywhere near projection magecraft. It's completely beyond me. Venturing so brazenly into dangerous waters can only lead to death. End of hypothesis. Now, instant nothingness. I erase the blueprint that was in my head. A shadow falls across the door. Saber comes in, her frame blotting out the light of the moon.
よかった。ここにいたのですね、シロ。姿が見えないので何かあったのかと。
Huh? No, nothing's happened. I couldn't sleep, so I came to do some mental exercises. Once I finish, I'll head back to my room, so you don't need to worry.
そうですか。ならいいのですが。
Saber focuses on my forehead. She could probably see I'm dripping with sweat. It's always like this. Don't worry. Mages have to practice their magecraft. And, well, failure comes with the territory for an amateur like me. I wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of a hand. Oh! I'm surprised. My sweat is cold as ice. I thought it was cold, but I don't remember the shed being quite this cold.
シロ、一日も欠かさずそれを。
Well, yeah, as much as I possibly could. It's a daily routine my old man taught me, so I should at least keep to it. As soon as I finish speaking, I regret my bluff. I regret telling her this is my daily routine. My intent was to boast to Saber. At the end of the day, My training isn't just some chore to me, but it isn't the easiest of tasks either. Saber says nothing. The moon hangs behind her, its light spilling around her brain. The shed, plunged into bluish darkness, is illuminated by the few shafts of silvery light that make it past Saber. I recall the first night I met her. Saber, Tosaka said something to me today. That moment felt just like a dream. Is it true that servants don't dream? I can't stop myself from asking.
ええ、私たちは夢を見ない。もともと幽体であるサーバントは眠りません。私は幽体化ができないため眠らざるを得ませんが、それでも夢を見れません。
But this morning you said... There's a brief silence. She closes her eyes, then apparently having made up her mind.
私が見たものはあなたの夢です、シロ。マスターとサーバントは精神的にもつながっている。結びつきが強くなれば相手の過去を垣間見ることもあるでしょう。
You dreamed of my past?
はい。あなたの心に踏み入る行為だとは分かっていたのですが、私にそれをどうか許してください、シロ。
Don't. I did the same thing. Saber's past. I've seen several scenes from her life before she became a servant now. Don't be silly. It's not your fault. You can't help what you dream about. And I have to apologize too. My past is pretty boring. Seeing something that boring probably makes you not want to have sleep. Not want to have to sleep.
いえ、夢を見たのは今朝だけです。それも最近のことではありませんから、シロの男性としてのプライベートを侵害するようなことは決してありません。
Saber is dead serious about that warning. But privacy? Well, yeah, sure, I've done my share of dumb things. That's a relief. But if you're saying you didn't see any recent memories, then how far into the past did you see?
大きな火事でした。私が見たものはその光景だけです。
Her voice is quiet. Her gentle gaze tells me what she saw. Oh. That dream. I see. Well, I don't know what to say. Should I say it was unfortunate? It's like going to a movie theater expecting to see a movie, you know, but you somehow end up in the wrong theater and end up getting a completely different show.
それで分かりました。いいえ、前から思ってはいたのです。あなたにはひどく危ういところがあると。
Huh? What do you mean, dangerous? Well, yeah, I'm sure the odds are plenty stacked against me, but from your point of view...
そんな意味ではありません。あなたは、シローは私と似ています。だから、あなたの間違いもわかる。このまま進めばどうなってしまうかも、同じだから分かってしまう。
I don't think I've made any mistakes. Sure, I failed plenty of times, but my goal is to be a champion of justice like my old man. A goal like that can't be a mistake. No way!
だから、それが間違いなのです。シロー、あの事故はあなたのせいでもないし、その責任はあなたが負うべきものでもない。あなたには償うべきものなどないのです。
That's obvious. It was just an accident, and I was just a victim. Sure, I may be dealing with survivor's guilt.
以前、リンが言っていました。シローの自己犠牲と献身ぶりは異常だと。あなたは自らの命を代価として人を助けようとするのではない。あなたは単に初めから自分の命が感情に入っていないのではないですか。
Maybe my pupils have dilated. I'm not sure why, but I can't seem to focus on Saber's face.
あの事故を忘れることはあなたにはできないでしょう。ですが覚えている限りシロは変わらない。それは苦しいのではないですか？
Painful? For me? Well, yeah, that's painful. Saber doesn't have to remind me of that. And it's obvious. So many people died. It was an absolute nightmare. Something like that causing you pain is only natural. And besides, if I didn't feel that, it might all be meaningless. Yeah, you're right. It is painful to remember. But it's in the past now. There's nothing I can do about it. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she claws at her arm in frustration.
私は聖杯を手に入れなければならない。けれど、それはシロにも当てはまる。
Saber?
シロには聖杯が必要だ。私があなたに呼び出されたのは必然だったのです、マスター。
I don't know how to respond to that.
先に眠ります。シロもあまり無茶はしないように。
Saber leaves. I fold my arms and think, do I need the Holy Grail? A vessel that grants any wishes to its possessor. A vessel which contains unlimited quantities of magical energy, for which it is said nothing is impossible. Were I to get it, it could easily grant my wish. No, that's wrong. No matter how I look at it, I don't need the Holy Grail. No, I definitely don't need it. Because I don't have any wishes that can because I don't have any wishes that can't come true, or hope for anything that's impossible. I wouldn't have a dream if it weren't something I could attain myself. The night grows darker. In the familiar old shed, lit only by the moon, I listen to the distant wind. February 13th. Fate. 14. Moonlight. Part 1. The sky is gray, the hill crimson with corpses. The heavy clouds drift away, heralding the battle's end. I know this scene. I've seen it so many times now. This is one of Saber's battles. She fought and won so many victories. Scenes like this are almost She fought and won so many victories. Scenes like this are almost commonplace for her. Afterwards, she will return to her castle, where a victory will be praised and celebrated. Then she will prepare for the next battle. This is just life for her. It is the only one of the 12 great battles she fought. And so she does not truly remember victory, so much that she just accepted it as a fact. I think she's misguided. This is not a dream. It's just a cold reality. Her past that can't be changed. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur in Artoria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. No. Was forced to end her life as she knew it might be a better way to put it. In that instant, the girl who still had such childlike features ceased to be and became the king of knights. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. I don't know why I never realized the implications until now. As much public exposure as she had, she managed to pass herself off as a male the whole time. The sheer suffering she likely endured must have been incredible, but a simple observer could never really understand. Time passes. 10 years worth of memories as king. And there was only one common thread that entire time. Even when she was on the throne. Even when she was walking through the hallway. Even when she's on the battlefield. Not a soul spoke to her. Even the round table, filled as it was with knights boasting of their valor, always fell silent the moment the king appeared. So that's what it meant. She was merely tolerated as an idol. Many knights looked down on Artoria with her boyish appearance and were ultimately not comfortable with entrusting her with their blades. But because she managed to draw the sacred sword that no one else could, they had to obey. Even if only to keep up appearances. They just accepted the disgrace, believed it would pass. Sacred sword or no, the king was merely a child. Even with Merlin's support, the king would surely fail eventually. When that happens, they need only take the sacred sword from her and select a new king. That's probably what most of the knights thought. But that's not how it went. The knight, only just reaching adulthood, was a flawless king. She enforced peace amongst the squabbling lords and fought off invaders as well. Of course, this wasn't due to the sacred sword's powers. The sacred sword only protects the king. The king, on the other hand, protects their nation. And through her deeds, she was always able to maintain control of her knights. The sacred sword protects her only from her enemies. It does nothing to help her hold sway over the hearts of her subjects. She worked herself to the bone to be the ideal king to all. At that point, the knights had no choice but to obey. They held their dissatisfaction for the young king in check because the king was truly perfect. She strived to be an ideal king. The only condition for the knights' support was that their king be exactly that, the ideal king. There was no room for Artoria to be a human being. She could be a king, and only a king. The peerless knight who drew the sacred sword, who stopped aging from that moment, and who went on to win 12 great wars. The more perfect she became, the more people stayed away from her. As this continued, the king grew more and more isolated. That was who she was. But she did well. In fact, she did too well. She defeated her enemies and minimized her own side's casualties. No matter the battle, sacrifices must be made. So she believed it was her duty to make sacrifices, to bolster her army, and to defeat the enemy without wasting lives. She would strip the resources from one village to prepare her army, then defeat the invaders before they could strike her land, saving perhaps 10 villages. That was the king's approach, and it proved to be the best strategy at the time. But the knights must not have been happy. To them, only the foreign invader should have died, and the only true victory is made without any such sacrifices. There shouldn't be any need to sacrifice a territory before battle. They were going to win regardless, so the sacrifices were pointless. There wouldn't be any sacrifices, so the king's actions were a waste. It was, of course, total nonsense. Once battle began, the knights spared not a thought for those villages. No one thought twice about trampling the villages. Protecting them was never a consideration. The knights claimed there's nothing to be done when the enemy destroys such villages, but to let them be destroyed is a great crime. Obviously, she knew that, but a king cannot worry about their personal feelings. She had to kill her emotions to make her decisions, and her knights had to suppress their own feelings to obey. And so sacrifices are made, and that string of victories stabilized the nation. And in return, animosity for the king grew. King Arthur just doesn't understand how people feel. So one night was heard to say as they left the castle, "What a ridiculous story. She was expected not to be human, but they hated her precisely because she didn't have human emotions." The age of war continued. The animosity of the knights who had been dissatisfied with the king only grew more so after that night left. They forced her to deal with every foreign and domestic enemy in hopes of pushing her over the edge. Collapse was imminent. If these many problems confronting the nation were never resolved, it would crumble. Even if all of them were to be resolved, what awaits is more of the same. But that did not concern the king. Even should she be abandoned, feared, or betrayed, she will remain steadfast. because she has long since made up her mind. She abandoned her emotions the moment she decided to draw that sword. This happened long, long ago. Knights from across the nation gathered to try to draw the sword from the stone. But none of them could do it, and the knights instead showcased their skill on horseback, eager to crown the best among them king. The knights flocked to the area in droves. The sword and the stone lay outside, forgotten. From afar, it looked more like a festival. Even in the distance, the sound of valiant cavalrymen clashing is audible. The knights clashed in the distance, and the rock lay forgotten. What was going through the girl's mind as she stood in front of the rock? Before she realized it, an unknown mage stood behind her.
それを手に取る前にきちんと考えた方がいい。
He tries to stop her for her own good.
それを手にしたが最後、君は人間ではなくなる。
He also warned her that many would hate her, and that she would die a gruesome death. She must have been terrified. The mage shows her true future. The mage shows her the future. He showed her the end that she would be if she drew that sword.
いいえ、
It only made her all the more determined. Even after seeing that future, she only gave a firm nod. The mage asked again if that was what she wanted.
多くの人が笑っていました。それはきっと間違いではないと思います。
She took the sword in her hand. The mage looked troubled and turned away.
奇跡には代償が必要だ。君はその一番大切なものを引き換えにするだろう。
He departed with those prophetic words. That's right. She just wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, she had to abandon her desire to protect people. She cannot protect her country as its king if she still has a human heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. So no matter what happens, she will remain steadfast. She abandoned her human heart. She was willing to give that up to protect her nation. Who could have known that the girl made such a noble oath?
戦うと決めた。
Come what may, and however might end.
それでも戦うと決めたのだ。
Even if an inevitable, solitary doom awaited her. And her end did come. The Battle of Camelot. King Arthur set out on a campaign, and one of her knights usurped the throne, splitting the nation in two, and sparking a terrible conflict. Legend has it that this battle brought an end to knighthood and chivalry. She killed every knight who once served her, and invaded the land she'd fought to defend. All the knights who followed her were gone, and her own body lay injured and immobile. There was no one left around her. As ever, nothing has changed. All she had in her heart was the pride of a king. She'd known about this ending. Still, she believed there was something to be gained from this failure, which is why she kept fighting without ever failing or disgracing herself. She had no regrets. If she were to have one, it would be seeing her nation in ruin. She raised her gaze. Maybe she would be able to see her castle in the distance from this hill. She saw only the aftermath of the battle, a dense forest and a lake to which she must return. That's right. The hill she'd meant to charge over had become a wall she can't climb. Strength left her body. For the first time, she loosened her grip on the sacred sword. And that's where it ended. It was only natural that the dream would end here, since there is nothing beyond that moment in her memories. And that's why this end cannot be rewritten. She worked so hard, and she was resented, betrayed. Nobody understood that she loved her people more than her nation. She came to be known as a merciless king. She was never She was never rewarded or understood. On top of the crimson-stained, sword-strewn hill, the girl sat on the edge of death, isolated and betrayed. I wake to the sound of rain. It's morning. I grip my spinning head and sit up. It's just before 6 o'clock. The rain patters softly outside. That dream I just had. No, there's no doubt about it. It was Saber's past. It was the end of her life a long, long time ago. Nothing can change it now. I grit my teeth. I can hear them grinding. I don't know why, but I'm so mad. Dang, what the heck was that? Just thinking about it ticks me off. Her past, the fact that she didn't think anything of it, me thinking the dream was nothing before? Ah! I hate it. I don't even understand why, but it's making me angry. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. No matter how you slice it, her life was unfair. So unfair. She only wanted to help people. She wanted nothing for herself. But as hard as she worked, nobody understood her. Not even at the very end. That really ticks me off. It's so unfair. That's right. If she worked harder than anyone, and even doesn't deserve. If she worked harder than anyone, and she doesn't receive any reward, it's all just a bunch of crud. She should be rewarded for everything she's done. But how could that happen at this point? Just tell her she did a good job? Do I tell her how wonderful she was? Of course not. Nothing so simple could do her justice. I know. There's only one answer. That's right. If she's to be rewarded, the work she devoted her life to should be repaid. Artoria needs that happiness to match all the battles she fought. But then, what can I do? I'm out of ideas. I don't have any idea how to make people happy. I'm so useless at this kind of thing. My entire life, I wanted to be a champion of justice, but all I ever did was lend a hand here and there. I believed everyone around me would be happy if I just helped people. Or rather, I couldn't face myself if I didn't believe that. Ugh. Helping people and saving people are very much not the same thing. And if I don't understand the difference myself, I can't possibly reward Saber. Breakfast is the same as usual. I get the sense Saber and Tosaka are pretty adaptable since they've already gotten used to Elia being here.
で、あんたはどうするのよ、シロ。残るマスターは3人。聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。いつも後手を踏むってのも情けないし。
Tosaka's right. There's nothing wrong with me physically, and Saber's completely healed. We should be done resting as of yesterday. You're right. You say we need to make a move, but it'll have to be at night. We're going to do the same things we've been doing during the day.
本気？まあ、相手の情報がないんだから闇雲に出歩いても仕方がないけどさ。じゃあ、シローは今日もセイバーにいじめられるわけ？
I'm going to continue my sword training with Saber. That's what we've been doing every day, and a master should always be prepared for battle.
リン、私とシローが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
Well, actually, yeah, I'm going to get beaten up by Saber in the morning, like usual.
シロー、あなたまでそのように言われては、私の立場がないのですが。
Oh, sorry, Saber. I wasn't listening.
ですから、リンの言いぶりは乱暴すぎるという件です。まったく、 どうしたのですシロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし、昨日も遅くまで蔵にいたのですか？
Saber may be questioning me, but there's no real bite to it. I can sense that she trusts me, which makes it even harder to meet her gaze now. If our eyes meet, I can't help thinking of that scene in the hill.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。それでは今日も道場で鍛錬をするでいいのですね、シロ。
Yeah, what about you, Elia?
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから外に出たくないわ。
Got it. That's perfect. I'd rather you stay in the house since it's dangerous to go outside.
うん。昨日みたいにお弁当作ってくれるなら一緒にいてあげてもいいよ。
It seems like Elia took a liking to the bento yesterday. I'm a little embarrassed that something so simple pleased her, but at the same time, I'm glad to know Elia enjoyed the bento I made.
なんだ。それじゃあ昨日と同じってことね。私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど、午後になったら顔を出しなさい。ちょっと話があるから。
調べ物ですか？
そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、昨日から竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。
Hasn't something been going on since Hasn't something been going on in Ryodo Temple for a while now?
あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ。まあ残ったマスターの中で一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。使いまでもこしらえて中の様子を探ってみるわ。
So the issue isn't that something is going on, but the issue is that nothing is going on.
それでしたら探索に専念した方がいいのではないですか？無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。
まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、まだ危なっかしくて放っておけないのよ。敵に殺されるのならいいけど、魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら死として面目がないでしょ。
はい、リンの言う通りです。私はどうかしていました。リンの授業が必要ないなんてどうして思ってしまったのか。
Well, I mean, she kind of goes back and forth between we're done but we're not, so I get it.
その理由は簡単だけど、まあ知らぬが花ってことで。それじゃあ午前中の鍛錬頑張ってね。そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適よ。
And with that, Tosaka leaves the room. Saber, take what Tosaka says with a grain of salt. She can say that because she's never been hit by you. I tell her just in case. For some reason, she seems pleased.
はい、分かっています。シロの体に関してなら私の方が熟知していますから。
She responds calmly.
どうしました？食べないのですか、イリアスフィール。昨日に比べるとまだ3割にも届いていませんが。
違うよ。こっちのは食べられないの。私辛いのはダメなんだ。
I hear you, girl.
はあ、そう辛いとは思いませんが、この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。こら戻しなさい。それはダメです。 甘いものが欲しいならリンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
Elia and Saber sit next to each other, bickering like two close sisters. It's just past noon. The three of us sit and face each other, eating lunch together just like yesterday. Oh, right. It's not just lunch that's the same as yesterday. Our training today was as well. Today, though, is even more awkward. I don't know how to explain it, but something in my chest stirs whenever I face Saber, and I find myself unable to rush her with the same desperation I used to. It's not just me. Saber's been acting weird too. It used to be that she never let an opening go by. The last couple of days, she just waited for me to make a move, which has meant the two of us just kind of ended up staring at each other for a while.
二人ともどうしたの？見ててあんまり面白くないよ。
Elia's criticism helped us get back into the swing of things. I managed to go after Saber, but it ended up pretty much the same. She batted aside my half-hearted attack, but didn't bother countering. Since she didn't follow up, I whirled on Saber, lunged again, and was once more repelled, though she again didn't counterattack. Our lackluster session ended about 10 minutes ago. Once again, it was at Saber's suggestion we began our lunch break. We're having the same thing we did yesterday, sandwiches. I figured it wouldn't do to make them exactly the same as yesterday, so I used a few other ingredients. Everyone seems happy. Elia is excited over the colorful sandwiches, and Saber takes a deep breath, preparing for her meal. I think that's Saber's way of showing her enthusiasm. It's much rowdier than yesterday. It's raining and the hardwood floor is cold, but this also feels like a picnic.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。それでは服が汚れてしまう。まったく、シローの真似をして一口で食べるからそうなるのです。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
ほんだ、分かってないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当はね、お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。これはピクニックなんだから、こういう風にするのが本当なんだよね、シロー。
Glad I'm not the only one who has a tendency to try and eat things in one bite. Elia happily munches on a sandwich, and Saber reluctantly wipes Elia's mouth with a napkin.
くすぐったいてば、セイバー。
Well, I didn't see this coming. Saber and Elia seem to have warmed up to each other.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで？私、優しくされるの好きだよ。他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど、セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。それに、今は同じお弁当を食べる仲間だもの。セイバーが私のこと好きなら、私もセイバーのことは好きよ。
It's so simple for Elia. Saber, clearly taken aback, stares at Elia dumbfounded. Even I, just a spectator as this unfolds, am caught off guard by Elia's smile. While talking about killing anyone who would touch her, which, you know, I can understand that to a degree.
何？セイバーは楽しくないの？
あ、いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨で、ここはこんな殺風景な場所で、欲しかったものは何もない。けど、こうしていると嬉しいの。一人でいるより、ずっとあったかいでしょ。なのに、セイバーは楽しくないの
？So, anyone want to ask her about, maids or family? I feel that might be kind of important. Something in Elia's smile must have struck Saber. Saber sighs deeply and looks back at her.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
She sounds right. And then Saber smiles in a way I've never seen from her. I don't know why, but I'm getting emotional. That smile was great. It was for herself and herself alone. It's not the usual smile I see from her whenever she's protecting someone. It's a smile of sheer happiness for her, from her.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
No, nothing. Was I making a funny face?
してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。遠くからこっちを見守ってますって風なの。私、そういう顔は嫌いよ。
Aww. Huh? Why? I don't understand what she's talking about. I guess I was just smiling. I see. Well, something good happened, so I guess I didn't realize I was smiling.
はあ、いいことですか？
Yep, I like the way you smiled just now, Saber. Seeing it made me happy.
難しいですね。そんなことが嬉しいのですか？シロは。
Yep, I guess I like seeing you smile like that, Saber. Saber nods, though she doesn't seem convinced. And then, I don't know what came over her, but she smiles and lifts her head.
そうですか。それでは逆ですね、シロ。
Huh? What do you mean the other way?
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。あなたが笑っていられるなら、私はそれで十分です。
I can't meet Saber's gaze. That smile would make anyone lightheaded. I managed to calm myself down and glance sidelong at Saber. She calmly resumes eating her picnic lunch. Nothing to worry about there. There should be nothing to worry about, yet something is bothering me.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
In that smile I saw for the first time, it seemed like she was contradicting herself. I listened to the rain in Tosaka's room. Today, under the pretense of a magecraft lesson, she performed yet another physical examination like yesterday. She gave me more medicine, then checked all my magic circuits. It's not that I mind doing this, I just don't like the feeling that I'm not doing anything productive. She tells me not to move so she can see what happens to me, but that doesn't mean I can't talk. Tosaka, do you have a minute? I call out to her as I sit in my meditative pose.
いいけど何よ。
It's about Saber. I really don't know how to explain it, but I realize I haven't thought this through at all. It's not even a question of what can I do for Saber. I haven't even thought about what I want to do with her. Well, I was just wondering what she wants to do. She's never told us anything she wants to do for herself, so...
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
No, it's not that. I just don't know why she's so selfless. Yeah, I just don't know what to do about that.
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあんたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。でもだからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
Oh. I completely forgot her reason for even becoming a servant. You're right. Saber wants to get the Holy Grail, so it's not like she doesn't have any goals. And that Holy Grail will grant its possessor's wish. That means Saber at least has a wish she wants granted. I don't know what it is, but she wants it enough to even become a servant. So it must have some hope of saving her. Like, for example, She's here in this time period, and the power of the Holy Grail can help her so she can stay here and live a second life. And she would have to wish for something that big just to make up for all the suffering and tragedy she endured. Oh, then it's actually pretty simple.
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。今の話、そんなに面白かった？
Yeah, I am getting excited. And yeah, she wouldn't be fighting so hard unless it was for something real big. After all, Saber needs to fight for her own wish. I nod to myself. Tosaka, on the other hand, seems utterly bewildered.
エミヤくん、喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。セイバーは自分のためになんか戦わないわ。あなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。彼女が聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
What's your reasoning? I can't even ask that. I know. She met her final moments alone because she didn't have any desires for herself. So Saber wouldn't seek for her own salvation now. But still, I hoped otherwise, even for a brief moment. So I pushed my distorted desires on her. Our conversation trails off, just as I think this awkward silence is going to continue forever.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
Huh? Archer? You mean your Archer?
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あんたの望みは何なのかって。そしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
I wouldn't have the slightest idea. I never knew a single thing about him, except he hates my guts, so I'd imagine the only wish he had, so I'd imagine first on the list was to kill me. Archer once declared that we were bound to be enemies anyway, so he made no effort to communicate with Saber or me. And yet, he may have been cynical, but he didn't seem the sort to have stupid objectives in mind.
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。望みは何よと聞いたら、あいつったらこう言ったの。
そうだな。恒久的な世界平和というのはどうだ？
Well, Rain, I gotta say, that impression was on point.
もう呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。これがね、聞いたら。
そうだな。こう。
もう、そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなどなんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
I see. He didn't look it, but he was a great proud knight in his own right.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、高級、要するにそれって何もないってことでしょ。争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
Yeah, so, reason number 2 why Kiritsugu's strategy was a bad idea. Huh. Did you tell Archer that too?
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。まあそれはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。キザでしょ。あいつ きっとせいぜいは女ったらしだったに違いないわ。
Girl, you have no idea. Huh. I really didn't get that impression from him. But what's your point here, Tosaka?
別にサーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Is that so? Well, I guess it was good for me to know, so it was at least kind of helpful.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
Huh? I do remember you saying you wanted to talk to me about something this morning.
ええ、大したことじゃないんだけど少し気になって。今更になるんだけど、エミヤくんはアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
The legend of King Arthur. I've been reminded of it more than enough in the past few days. I know as much as the next person, although I didn't know King Arthur was a girl.
そうね。けど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。
You think that's weird? You should ask her about the night that she had that turned into a wolf, or that was stuck as a wolf for 7 years.
別にアーサー王が女の子だったとしても、伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が周りの人間を騙し通していれば、女性であっても男性として扱われるんだから。幸いアーサー王にはマーリンっていう魔術師がついてたしね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり、生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
Yeah, it sounds like a guy that no one would trust. Yeah, and I hear that he had this really weird cat rabbit thing that kept kicking him in the face. Yeah, I bet. So?
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。ねえエミヤくん、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知っていて？
Why ask this now? Excalibur was a sword and was a symbol of King Arthur. It's the sword fairies gave her, famed for being able to cut through anything without ever dulling.
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
Tosaka looks oddly triumphant. Huh? Was that a weird thing to say?
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
Why is that? The sword in the stone was an Excalibur. That sword broke. He later received another sword from a fairy in the lake, and that was Excalibur, right?
そうそう。エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね、マーリンはこう問いかけるの。おうよ、あなたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？剣か、それとも鞘ですか？
But she said neither were hers, so she got both. Oh, wrong
アーサー
legend.
王はためらいもなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリンは叱責するの。
Well, maybe if you had raised her to not be a killing machine, she would have gotten that right.
お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく、負傷することもない。真に大事とすべきは剣ではなく鞘なのです。
Tosaka skillfully acts out the parts of King Arthur and Merlin. Look at you, Tosaka. You're getting into the part. You should get into voice acting. So what's your point?
何ってここまで聞いてわからない？つまりアーサー王は不死者なの。エクスカリバーっていうのは攻守ともに無敵の宝具なのよ。だから本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
Tosaka, Saber's wounds do heal.
それはそうだけど、セイバーの自己回復は セイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか、ともかく伝説のエクスカリバーの鞘とは違う気がするのよ。
I see. If you say so, it's probably true. Then here's my question. You said that King Arthur is immortal, so then why and how did King Arthur die? The legend ends with King Arthur's death, right? Tosaka's mouth drops open. After freezing up for a few seconds, she grinds her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
Ah, rookie mistake right there. I'd forgotten, but according to legend, King Arthur's fate was sealed the moment the king lost the all-important sheath. So are you convinced now, Tosaka?
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたいならすればいいわ。
She doesn't mean that. I can tell she's ready to kick me in the head at the moment I laugh at her. It's all good as long as you understand now, but why did that bother you so much? It shouldn't matter to you whether Saber gets hurt or not.
うるさいわね。何よ、ちょっとそうだったら無敵だななんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。私だってね、たまには間違えることぐらいあるわよ。
This is a tough one. Would there be any benefit in me pointing out that she makes mistakes a lot, not just sometimes? By the time the sun sets, the rain stopped completely. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we're heading to town to look for the other master. I should check something beforehand. I should check Saber's intentions. What is her purpose in fighting? But I shouldn't just ask her straight out. I need to be casual about it. I hype myself up a bit, then push to my feet. The living room seems like a good starting place. I'm going to leverage the peaceful pre-dinner mood to try to get through Saber's stubborn nature. What if, hypothetically, what would we do if we won the Holy Grail War? So much for casual. I thought about it a lot and couldn't come up with anything smooth, so blunt it is.
え？は？
Huh? Well, I mean, everyone else is doing it. All three of them offer more or less the same response, though with slightly different expressions. Like I said, after we win, I want to talk about what to do once we obtain the Holy Grail.
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しよ。あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
Saber and Elia don't nod, but they do seem to share an opinion on this subject. I guess this was kind of weird to bring up out of nowhere, but I have to play dumb for now. Yeah, well, I'm just asking. There are only 3 servants left, so it's not much of an unrealistic thought. So, you know, the end is kind of in sight.
まあ言われてみればそうよね。いくら四郎だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
Yeah, I would think that. I'm glad Tosaka likes to focus on the reason for things. Tosaka will allow for the possibility of anything that seems logical, which is really one of her better qualities. This is just something I brought up to discuss, though. So, what about you, Tosaka? What would you do if you got the Holy Grail? I try to be as natural as possible with this.
そうね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから、聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけど、その後のことは考えてなかったな。
So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose. I figured that was the case, but I didn't know for sure until she said it herself.
切れた。一番ものを考えていそうで、実は一番考えてないのよね、リンは。
言うじゃない。じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。
そんなの知らない。聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ。 ともと私のものなんだから、そんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない。
要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？
当然よ。私は勝つためだけに来たんだもの。聖杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ。
They're two peas in a pod. The two stare at each other in silence. They seem to be coming to some sort of understanding. Saber doesn't say anything. She probably doesn't intend to join the conversation. No matter how much she resists, I still have to ask. I have a good idea of your goals. I try to turn as naturally as possible. So, what about you, Saber? She's been quiet the whole time. Saber doesn't reply. Sensing that something's amiss, Tosaka and Ilya stop and turn towards Saber. The silence stretches out for maybe a minute.
今さら語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、私は聖杯を手に入れなくてはなりません。そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
There it is. Saber just said she had a wish of her own. I see. So what is your wish? I try to calm my racing heart as I keep composed as I ask. Saber doesn't answer. Fine, that's fine. If she can't answer, chances are good it's because her wish is a selfish one. Knowing Saber, she may hesitate to reveal her wish to anyone if she's wishing for something selfish. And I think I'd rather she keep quiet than make something up. I could feel myself trying to back away from the question I raised.
何？それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじいさまは言ってたわ。英霊たちは2度目の生を得るために聖杯を求めるんだって。セイバーだってそうじゃないの？
Saber jerks her head up. If that's what she wanted, there would be no problem. Which means...
いいえ、2度目の生に関心はありません。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることのみです。もともと好みは聖杯を手に入れる代償としてサーバントになったのですから。
I figured that much. Someone who took an oath and drew the sacred sword wouldn't seek a second life.
ちょっと待って、聖杯を手に入れることと引き換えにサーバントになった？それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？
はい。好みをサーバントとする交換条件として私は聖杯を求めたのです。
え？じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯を手に入れるために自分からサーバントになったっていうの
？Tosaka stares at Saber. She tilts her head, confused.
つまりセイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて、自分からこの戦いに参加したってこと？けどサーバントである以上英霊として祀られているんだから、自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。じゃあセイバーはサーバントのルールから大きく外れてるってわけでもないし。もうちょっと待ってね、今整理するから。
いいえ、整理するまでもありません。リンが言ったことは正しい。私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのですから。
完全にサーバントになっていない？
What does that mean? Well, first of all, what does it mean to become a servant? Saber just said she agreed to become a servant as the price she had to pay to obtain the Holy Grail. Which means, hold on a minute. Are servants forced to fight as the price to get what they want?
いいえ、それは違います。もともとサーバントというのはこの聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。元は英霊なのですから、サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。
そうね、サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて、人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとか。で、そういった守護者になるには生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に何かと取引をしなくてはならない。それが英霊の契約。世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式。交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて使役されてるってわけ。
So you're saying humans become heroes by making some sort of trade, and in return, they get used and summoned as heroic spirit familiars that after their death? Which means the deal Saber made to become a heroic spirit was for the Holy Grail. Since Saber obtained the Holy Grail in her lifetime, the price she had to pay is serving as a heroic spirit, a sort of guardian, even after death? That doesn't sound right. Saber said that her goal was the Holy Grail, but she already obtained it since she became a hero in exchange for the Holy Grail.
いいえ、シロ。私はまだ聖杯を手にしてはいないのです。アルトリア、アーサー王の望みは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れることだった。私は死ぬ前に聖杯を手に入れなければならなかった。そのためにもし聖杯が手に入るなら、死後は守護者になっても良いと条件を飲んだのです。リンの言う通り、人間は英雄になるために世界と契約をし、人間以上の力を授かり、その代償として死後の自分を売り渡します。ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことにアーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかったのです。
She didn't need any help to become a hero, so Saber became a hero on her own.
けどあなたは英霊としてここにいる。アーサー王は英雄になった後で世界に違う交換条件を求めたってこと？
はい。私は最後の時にどうしても聖杯が必要になった。聖杯がなければ我慢できなかった。叶えなくてはいけないね。だから英霊の契約をしたのです。私の手に聖杯が握られるなら、死後は英霊となってあらゆるもののために剣を取ろうと。
In her last moments, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. Now I understand her feelings. The blood-soaked hill, swords standing as gravestones, the bodies of so many knights. A lone king whose reign ended in betrayal. She didn't deserve the end she met. Even if she hadn't had a wish of her own before, she must have thought, I can't die here. This isn't the end I want. And that's why there's no shame in using the power of the Holy Grail to prolong her life.
そう。つまり死後の自分を売り払ってまで聖杯を手に入れられる手段を取ったのね。けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるでしょ。なら、
はい、私が生きているうちに聖杯探索は成し得なかった。私はアーサー王は最後まで聖杯を手に入れることができなかったのです。
You ever ask Galahad about that?
ですが、それでは契約が成り立ちません。世界が私をサーバントにするには、アーサー王が生きているうちに聖杯を与えねばならない。ですから、
アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。それじゃああなた。
はい、アーサー王と呼ばれていた私は死を迎える一瞬で止まっているはずです。時間軸から見れば私はとうに滅びているでしょう。ですが、アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚され、聖杯を手に入れた後死ななければならないのです。
時間が止まってるんじゃなくて、時間に止まってる状態か。あなたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。最終的には聖杯を手に入れて契約を果たすことは決まっているんだから。
そうです。いつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私は契約を果たす。だからこそ英霊になる前からいずれ英霊化が決定しているという条件であらゆる時代に召喚される。それはこの町の聖杯だけではありません。聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば、私はどの戦場にも召喚される。
Well, I mean, I've got like 20 in Chaldea.
そうしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私の望みを叶えた時こそ死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。アーサー王は最後の時を迎え、聖杯を手に入れた代償としてこうして英霊となるのでしょう。
死の直前で覚めない夢を見ているようなものか。今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは聖杯を手に入れた時だけ。
リンはシローが未熟だから私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから霊体にはなれないのです。
Which explains why she never did it in Fate Zero either.
半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
Saber's tone is apologetic. She probably feels bad for laying the blame for not being able to enter spirit form on my ineptitude. I don't care about that. There's something I need to ask. Saber, what do you mean you're not dead? I got that you won't die until you obtain the Holy Grail. And based on how you described it, you haven't been alive since the time of King Arthur. But then, who are you right now? You're not a clone of the real person or anything, right?
はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは全て本体の分身のようなものですが、私はまだその位置に達していません。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後、止まっている場所に戻っているのでしょう。
I try to diagram it all in my head. It's pretty simple once I visualize it. King Arthur is stopped in time at the moment before she dies. But that doesn't matter to the wider flow of time. It continues on all the way to the present. She jumps to whatever time she's needed, then returns to her own frozen moment in time after she completes her duty. If she manages to obtain the Holy Grail in one of the times she visits, she'll be swept back into her proper flow of time and die, just as she does in the history we know. Maybe that's how heroic spirits work. When they die, they're transferred back to a sort of nexus where the flow of time stops. And then when they're summoned, they're taken to that point in time, then disappear without ever returning. That's probably what is meant by heroic spirits being doubles. Kind of like a clone made from their original selves. The heroic spirit, which completely retains the abilities and memories they had while alive, appears in this world and gains more knowledge, but it's all useless. They have no means to return to their original body, and instead just disappear. And so, no matter how many times or in how many different eras they're summoned, there will never be any inconsistencies in the Holy Spirit's memories. From the moment the person became a heroic spirit, they will never change. Even if they obtain new knowledge, they will just disappear once their role is over. So in that sense, Saber is not a complete servant. After each time she's summoned, she eventually returns to her own time. She goes back to that moment where she's about to die on that blood-soaked hill.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？それって過去の改ざんじゃない。時間旅行にしても平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の領域よ。そんなのできるわけがないわ。
それを可能とするのが聖杯でしょう。そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約したのです。聖杯を使うことでアルトリアという人物が消え去ろうとも今の私が英霊となることを代償として。
Saber is so matter-of-fact about it. It doesn't sound right, though. Using the Holy Grail to grant a wish is fine, but why would that mean Artoria has to disappear? What the heck? Artoria is going to disappear by using the Holy Grail? That's messed up! Saber, you're not going to... I see the image of the girl dying on that hill all alone. You're not going to use the Holy Grail to save yourself?
なぜそのようなことを言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
It was at this moment he knew he messed up. I could feel my expression tensing up. I thought I knew Saber's wish, but now my head is spinning and I feel like throwing up. Why? And yet, I try to push the air from my lungs and get that one word out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その責務を果たせなかった。その時に思ったのです。岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
That's ridiculous! Why would she think that?
いいえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。あの時、政権を抜いてしまった時、国を救えなかった私より国を救えたはずのふさわしい王がいたはずです。だからもし聖杯の力で王の選定をやり直すことができるならその時に戻ればきっと。
Is she saying that her nation wouldn't be destroyed if she was able to go back to that moment? I feel faint. I'm really angry at Saber for wishing such a ridiculous thing. The feeling passes in an instant, though. I probably look like a deer in headlights. Isn't it obvious? Saber's wish is not for herself. And on top of that, she wishes for her own elimination. She exists because she became king by drawing the sacred sword. To pretend that never happened means she simply wouldn't exist. Let's say we use the Holy Grail to grant her wish. Arturia would never become king. She would just live in a timeline where she was an ordinary king. But then what would happen to the Saber I know? Even if it's only temporary, she already exists as a heroic spirit. And if her wish is granted, she will continue on, but as a being meant only for fighting. She's already paid the price for obtaining the Holy Grail, so the Saber I know will continue existing, even if Arturia never becomes king. She will be cut off from the past and future. She will always and only ever be the lonely knight dying on that blood-soaked hill. That's idiotic. I won't allow it. There is no hope of salvation there. Even if she was able to do it all over, and there was really a better king, and her nation did manage to last longer, and if she was herself saved, it'd all be lies. Even if it made everyone around her happy, I can't just let the past 10 years she fought through be a lie. No, you can't do that. You can't redo things. It wouldn't mean anything if you did, Saber.
Shiro,
Don't use the Holy Grail for something like that. You obtained the Holy Grail because you fight for it. You should use that miracle for yourself.
ですから私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。私アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
How does she not understand? You've already done more than your duty. You've done so much already. You didn't give up even when you were feared or even when you were betrayed. You held onto your sword until the end on that hill. So why? Why do you have to keep such promises even after you die? Saber looks bewildered. Too late to regret what I said. I shouldn't have just blurted out that I've been dreaming of Saber's past. A heavy silence hangs between us. I can't think what to say. Even I can tell speaking up will just make things worse right now. But I just can't keep quiet. Saber, I don't like it when people aren't rewarded for their hard work. It's wrong. It's not fair. I get that it's childish, but I want to believe that humans can find happiness if they really work for it. I'm not going to lose to the other masters. I'm claiming the Holy Grail, no question. That's why I want you to make your own wish. That way, I'll actually find some meaning in this stupid war. That's the conclusion I reached. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor do I know if it's even something you should try to obtain. But if it could save Saber, even a little, then I'll go all out for her. God. The sound of heavy bells ring out. The sound of heavy bells ring out, and the house suddenly goes dark. The air changes immediately. The lights go out, but Saber, Tosaka, and I don't say a word. We try to gauge our surroundings with our other senses. The loud ringing stops, and the living room goes silent. And yet, a soft rustling sound ripples through the house.
今の警告音、この屋敷の結界?
I nod in silence. It's the same sound as when Lancer broke in. Then that can only mean... The sounds are getting closer, louder. Something is sliding against or across something else. It sounds like a swarm of bugs rushing toward the light. The only place that sound doesn't seem to be coming from is the living room. It's not even been a minute since the lights went out, and we're surrounded on all sides by that sound. An enemy, but it doesn't seem like a servant. There's just too many of them. Whatever people might say, I do have some knowledge of mages and magecraft. Even I can sense that there's a lot of magical energy coming from a ton of people or things surrounding the house. 20 at least. But they also seem weirdly light. I don't sense any human or will or intellect. The flapping sounds seem to be coming from enemy puppets.
なんだ、やっぱり来たんだ。今まで散々私から逃げ回ってたくせに、バーサーカーがいなくなったら飛んでくるんだもの。ほんと、現金なサーバントね。
Elia speaks up amidst the flapping sounds. She, unlike the three of us, is strangely calm. Do you know who that is, Elia?
当然でしょ。私にわからないサーバントなんていないわ。外にいるのはキャスターで、何かいっぱい引き連れてきてる。なんだ、竜の歯でくくったゴーレムみたい。
About time she showed up. Elia's so casual about this. And just then, the sound stops. I grab the wooden sword in the living room. Saber and Tosaka seem to be waiting for me to make a move. Okay. Now, for those, I know I often make comparisons to the original Fate Stay Night anime for this one, but for those who haven't seen the original anime, this is not how this plays out at all. So I'm hoping I'm making the right choice for this one. Saber and I will both head out. It's clear who the enemy is. If Castor is attacking with an entire army, there's only one thing for us to do. Us staying here won't do anything, Saber. Won't do anything. Saber, come with me. Tosaka, you take Elia.
なんで？やだ、私リンのお守りなんてお断りよ。
そんなの私だって願い下げよう。けどあんた、シローの言うことなら聞くって言ったでしょ。あいつがああ言ってるんだからおとなしくした。
そんなの知らない。セイバーなんかより私の方が役に立つ。
Tosaka grabs Elia from behind in a full Nelson and covers her mouth. Elia, her voice muffled, continues shouting insults and expletives.
分かってる。イリアは私が守りきるわ。その間にあなたはキャスターを倒しなさい。
Thanks, but try not to overdo it. You're better off running than fighting if it comes to it. Tosaka nods, as if to say she doesn't have to be reminded. I turn my back to Tosaka and head toward the veranda.
セイバ
ー。分かっています。シローは私が。
Saber follows me after nodding to Tosaka. In that instant, I doubt my own eyes. A sword swings down at me. I stand stunned as the blade descends toward my head. I twist away and parry with my wooden sword. Even I don't believe it. My body just reacted the instant I knew I was in mortal peril. The enemy attacks again without missing a beat. A smooth mechanical movement. A fluid, accurate attack. That's it. It's accurate, but it's not sophisticated, and it lacks the brutality of a killing strike. It seems pathetic next to the strength of Saber's strikes, like it's barely moving in comparison to Berserker's incredible speed. Back against the wall, I parry again. As I step back against the wall, Saber strikes like lightning.
シロ、無事ですか?
See for yourself. I got a little spooked, but I managed.
なんとかなったではありません。このような時は私の後ろについてこなければダメです。 今後は気をつけてください。
Saber scolds me for my carelessness. She's right, but I didn't want to just stay behind her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか？
I am. So, Saber, what was that thing? The hallway is empty. Whatever hideous thing Saber saved me from was completely annihilated by your attack.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが、質は低いですね。今のゴーレム程度なら取り囲まれても問題はありませんが。
I don't know where they were hiding. How the heck did they manage to sneak in? These crudely assembled things scuttle all around us, closing in like spiders. But they're not the only presence I sense. Countless others surround the house, many times more than I see here.
シロ、横です。
I leap away from the wall. Why you? I strike at the bones with my wooden sword. Saber sweeps away the bones crawling toward my exposed back. The bones move jerkily towards us, attacking with the same unnatural movements. It's not hard to fight them off, but we're destroying more of the house with every strike. And I only have a wooden sword. Even if I use strengthening on it, it won't last. As much as I hope I'm wrong, it seems like the bones heading for us are endless. I really hope this isn't going to go on until we both collapse from exhaustion. Dang! Where are these things coming from? I can't help but complain as I fight back to back with Saber. There aren't that many bones coming at me. Some seem to be coming from inside the house, but most seem to be coming from the yard. Saber is slashing away at the bones coming from the yard. It looks like they're heading towards the living room. Tosaka and Ilya are in there, and Saber has her hands full dealing with the bones heading that way. Saber readies her sword. There may be no need to hide it now. Her golden sword is ready to demonstrate its true power. Wait, Saber! Don't use Excalibur right now! I don't care if you destroy the house. Okay, I might care a little, but we're in a residential area. You know what'll happen if you use it here. I shout to Saber as I bat away the bones striking it.
マスターの指示ならば従いますが、これだけの数をまともに相手にするのは面倒です。一掃しなければいずれ窮地に立たされます。
I know. These things are like familiars, right? Then if we defeat the one who's controlling them, that should wipe out the whole army. Saber, can you find Caster?
探るまでもありません。キャスターは庭にいます。気配を隠しもしないということは私たちを誘っているようですが。
Fine, let's give her what she wants. We aren't going to last like this.
私は一向に構わないのですが。ではこのままキャスターを。
The yard is just ahead. If Caster's just out there, she shouldn't be too difficult to reach. But if we do that, we won't be defending the house. Saber's fighting the bones off now, but as soon as she's outside, the wall holding them back will all be gone. Will be gone. I should... If I can fend these off just fine. I'm sure Tosaka will respond. Believe in Tosaka. Ah! I hear glass shattering. I hear the sounds of intense fighting coming from the living room.
シロ、指示を。迷っている時間はありません。
I know. My delaying is making the situation worse. We're going after Caster. I already said Tosaka should take care of Ilya.
では行きましょう。マスター、私の背中を任せます。
She hurls down the hall, mowing down bones as she goes. The bone soldiers disappear before getting anywhere near Saber. They're like vanishing snowflakes. Saber scatters so many in her path, it looks like a snowstorm. She says she'd trust her back to me, but she pretty clearly doesn't need me to protect her. I'm once again reminded how skilled of a swordsman Saber is. Saber charges through them unwavering. She cuts her way straight to the source of these bones. Her only goal now is to defeat the yet unseen sixth servant that has invaded the house. Saber stops. The soldiers, which had been coming at us in droves, are suddenly gone. This must be our destination. A distorted human figure looms ahead of us. It wears a robe of some kind, but the robe itself is so dark that it looks more like a hole in the night. A dark shadow. As soon as I lay eyes on the figure, I'm struck by an indescribable sense of anxiety.
あなたがセイバー。なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒し得るわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょう。
Rest in peace, Ayako Tanaka. I hope I got that name right. I know I got it right for the title of the video. The figure chuckles. It seems the dark figure is the master of those bone creatures, Caster. But there's no master. There's no signs of a master nearby. Maybe she's the same as Lancer, able to move even far from her master.
貴様、契約が切れているのか?
Saber challenges her directly with the question.
ええ、彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。だから消えてもらったし、消えてしまったわ。
I can't see the expression on the robed servant's face, but I can hear the terrible coldness in Caster's
マスター殺し。では、貴様のマスターは？
とっくに死んだわ。けれど問題はないのよ、セイバー。
I mean, if you knew who her original master was, the guy had it coming.
私たちは魂食いでしょ。魔力の供給源なんていくらでも溢れている。あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。
貴様も現世の復活を望むのか？どこの英霊かは知らぬが、そのためにかつての誇りを捨てたのか？
あら、人間風情に使われるのは誇りを捨てるとは言わないのかしら。私はそれが我慢ならなかっただけよ。今も昔も誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側に回っただけ。あなたに
だろうな。私も貴様の非業になど興味はない。
Saber tilts her body just slightly. She's only about 10 meters from Caster. She should be able to close that distance and bring Caster down in a heartbeat.
物騒ね。せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。これでも手加減はしたつもりなのですよ。
貴様と話すことなどない。潔くここで散れ。
Saber is intent only on killing. I'm not about to oppose her. I'm not about to oppose her in this case. All I smell from Caster is blood. She must be telling the truth about murdering her master. Her raid tonight was clearly intended to kill everyone in the house. So there's no reason for me to stop Saber. Besides, Caster isn't even a threat to Saber. Even I can see Caster's abilities. She's the weakest when it comes to one-to-one combat. If Saber engages her, she can only lose. Don't do it, Saber. Even with all of that in mind, I can't shake out this sense of anxiety. It's not the same feeling of hopelessness, inevitable death. It's not the same feeling of hopeless, inevitable death I got whenever we were in Berserker's presence. Do I just have some sort of aversion to her? Or is it a warning of something dangerous? Forget about me. Somehow my left hand is aching to warn me that Saber should stay away from that thing. God! I hesitated too long. Saber launches herself at the dark shadow. Caster smiles. She doesn't look at all disturbed as Saber rushes towards her.
アトラス、
She mutters Atlas. I can't understand what she says, but it sends something beyond words straight into our minds. The world lurches and distorts. The air grows dense around Saber. What? I hear, even feel a tremendous impact. The ground flexes like something massive slammed into Saber from above. No way. She activated some kind of magecraft without moving a muscle? Actually, I think she murmured something like an incantation. Incantations can be short. The simpler the magecraft, the shorter the spells can be made. But it isn't by any means simple magecraft. Not many mages can visualize such a thing in a single breath. Even if it were possible, they need to prepare a catalyst ahead of time, like Tanaka does. A caster triggered the magecraft with a murmured word. I've never even heard of anything like this. If that is Caster's magecraft, she is no mere mage. Saber! Saber hovers there, frozen. Her feet still kick in midair. She hangs suspended there. The air around her seems to have thickened into gelatin. I can't get close. Some sort of invisible barrier holds me back. The murkiness seems confined to Saber, but so long as her feet don't touch the ground, she can't move.
侮ったよね、セイバー。あなたの時代の魔術師がどれほどだったかは知らないけど、この指は寝台に生きたもの。こんなマッセの魔術師たちから見れば、私の技は魔法のそれでしょう。
A ridiculing laugh echoes from the depths of that dark robe. Saber is still suspended, helpless in the air.
なんだ、本当にこの程度ですか、キャスター。
She dismisses this as if it were some dull trick.
大魔力？そんな、私の魔術すら弾くというのか。
Caster steps back. After casually nullifying Caster's magecraft, Saber surges toward her at lightning speed. But yeah, something ain't right. Saber raises her sword. She's already closed in on Caster. No, don't Saber! I desperately sprint towards Saber, my heart racing.
何？
Saber suddenly halts. It's not clear whether Caster did anything. Saber tenses up after sensing something from Caster.
貴様、それは。
Saber twists away to dodge. However, bony arms burst from the ground to grab her legs.
予知直感まで持っているとは予想外だったけれど、これで罪ね、セイバー。
A sharp blade emerges from the folds of Caster's robe. It's an oddly shaped dagger, thin and brittle. The blade isn't meant for killing. Saber regards it in disgust, and Caster strikes, clearly seeing her opportunity for victory. Being grabbed from the ground must have surprised Saber. As Saber is unable to dodge or deflect the falling dagger and simply takes the blow, looking astonished. Why you? I hear Caster's voice from behind me somewhere. I can't see her expression. The only thing I can do is throw myself in front of Saber and take the blow in her place. Ow! It wasn't graceful. I didn't have the confidence to just step in and take the dagger to the chest. So instead, I tried to shield Saber, hugging her to obscure Caster's target. And so Caster's dagger plunged into my back, tearing through my spine in a moment of unbelievable pain. I stopped myself from crying out in pain and muster my strength to support Saber.
シロウ。
I can't hear what she's saying, even as close as she is to my ear. Get back, Saber! Saber, get behind me! Saber understands before I can gather my voice to tell her to jump. I go flying. Saber shakes off the bony hands, gripping her legs, and carries me with her.
シロ、傷を。
Saber's voice is urgent. She lays me gently on the ground, but the pain only grows worse. It feels like scissors tore open my back and someone poured lead down my spine. The pain is unreal.
シロ、しっかりしてください、シロ。
But I'm not exactly losing my mind over it. Hearing Saber practically shouting actually makes me calmer. Tell me, you don't have to shout. I can hear you. This is nothing. It just hurts. Forget about me. Take care of Castor. I point in Castor's direction, my head still down.
はい。すぐに決着をつけます。少しの間だけ辛抱してください。
Saber turns toward Castor.
今のが貴様の宝具か、キャスター。
Saber's voice is harsh, angry. The black shadow clicks her tongue. The black shadow clicks her tongue in irritation and raises a strange dagger in her hand.
ええ、見ての通り生倉で人間一人殺せないものですけどね。あなた触れたくないのなら私には近寄らないことね、セイバー。
Castor's talking bold, but she doesn't seem as composed as earlier. Even a powerful mage like Castor can't hurt Saber as long as she's only using magecraft. Whatever her noble phantasm might be, it can't hurt Saber, even if she surprises her with it. You should beat her, no problem. I give my orders through gritted teeth.
あら、それでいいの、セイバー。確かにあなたなら私を追い詰められるわ。けど言うまでもないでしょうけど、私の魔術が通じないのはあくまであなただけ。あなたがそこの坊やから離れれば、追い詰められた私が何をするか予想がつくのではなくて。
貴様。
Saber's voice rumbles up from deep in her chest. The rattling of bones grows louder. I'm kneeling on the ground, and Saber holds her sword, defending me as the bones surround us. Dang it! I messed up. Even if I manage to save Saber, there's no point with me being left so weak. I can't move properly, so I'm just slowing Saber down. Castor would be no threat to Saber alone, but with me to worry about.
話し合いに来たと言ったな、キャスター。
What? Saber?
マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Saber lowers her sword. I think I hear Castor laugh amid the sound of rattling bones all around us.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。そんな強気な態度に出られるとつい握りつぶしてしまいそうだわ。
間違えるな。貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、私のマスターの命だけだ。だがそれを潰すというのなら私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に我が剣の全てをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
The air around us goes cold. Saber's words intimidate Castor. I can feel it.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。一人が
初めから私が目的？
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃す手はないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた、それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方に引き。
残り3人ではアサシンはすでに倒されたのか。
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。主も守れないサーバントは消えて当然よ。
Assassin was defeated? Does that mean the Master of Ryoto Temple is gone? I didn't fight them or even know who they were, but now there's one less master. So the only remaining servants are Saber, Castor, and Lancer, who hasn't shown up since that first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければおとなしくその剣を渡しなさい。
それこそ無意味な。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと英霊ならば分かっていよう。
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも懐柔できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Her voice drips with amusement. I feel myself on the verge of passing out, even as my anger boils over. I try to shove the pain aside and start to force myself to stand on numb legs. You beast! Oh. I'm not going to let Saber get captured because of me. I decided I'm going to protect Saber, so I'm not letting a wound like this bring me down. I grab my wooden sword and start slashing at the bones surrounding us.
いけない、シロ！
Saber's voice is brittle, tense.
そう。自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
Castor mocks me as I struggle. Bones crack and rattle, and as if to muffle all those sounds, the bones are swept aside in the blink of an eye like by a sudden volley of arrows. What? We all stand dumbfounded. The arrows that rain down on us disappear as if they had been illusions. But they weren't. The entire horde of bones is gone.
誰だ？
Castor looks up. Saber must have noticed earlier. Well before Castor, she stares up toward the wall in disbelief. I don't understand what I'm seeing. There's a golden figure standing with the moon behind them. It's a man clad in golden armor, looking down at the yard with a cruel smile.
何者？
Castor raises her voice, instinctively realizing that this is the one who annihilated her troops. He gives no answer. He's not even looking at Castor. His eyes are fixed on one person alone, Saber.
答えなさい。何者かと聞いているのです。
Castor's voice is heavy with emotion. The golden armored man finally looks at her. The King of Heroes! Castor gasps as the man's red eyes pour into her. His gaze is impossibly cold. He doesn't even see Castor as human. I can tell, as far away as I am. I don't blame Castor for being intimidated, like some icy hand had a grip on her heart, since she looked straight into his eyes.
あなたはなぜ私の邪魔を？
Castor's voice trembles as she speaks. She must know she's doomed if she doesn't do something. But
雑種に名乗る言われはない。失せるがいい。どうけ。
he sounds a little different. He sounds a little different compared to how he sounds nowadays. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe I think he sounds younger in this than he did in Fate Samurai Remnant. His answer comes as a death sentence. I hear a loud snap. By the time I realize it's the sound of him clicking his fingers, the tragedy has begun. Myriad weapons appear in the air, shooting toward Castor like bullets from a machine gun.
マルです。
Castor raises her arm. A conceptual shield envelops her. It forms a glassy film in front of Castor. It is likely every bit as durable as Berserker himself, but her efforts are probably fruitless as the barrier is merely glass. Our crystalline barrier shatters under the deadly rain of so many weapons. She sounds utterly dumbfounded. With not a modicum of concern for Castor, she so pitifully tilts her head in wonder. The weapons tear through her dark robe. They are merciless. Spears tear into her, sending fabric flying, only for yet more of them to plunge into her body. Swords cut down her falling form, while arrows sail toward an arm as it's about to hit the ground. An axe chops off a head about to complain of the pain. All of it brings an axe chops off a head about to complain of the pain. All of it brings Castor to untold peaks of agony. She can't possibly survive. Castor, succumbing to an endless hail of so many different weapons, is no longer even recognizably human. The wind blows. Her tattered, empty robe floats away. The shredded pieces of it fly skyward into the evening breeze. That torn robe tries valiantly to hold its form. Maybe because it's the only thing remaining to remind us of Castor. I'm completely speechless. My frozen mind is fixed on the miserable remnants of that robe as they float away. And then...
無礼者。俺が失せろと言ったのだ。特自害するが礼であろう。
The manacle grunts contemptuously. What? I'm not hallucinating. The dark robe twists like the coils of a snake and sprouts wings to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. I only see a crack in the night sky itself, like a wave breaking out at sea. The fault line engulfs the fluttering robe. It's like a person being run over by a steamroller. The robe falls. Castor is beneath it, unscathed. And then... a storm of magical swords raids down onto her. Her scream splits the night. More swords fall upon her in response, and her scream grows louder. Castor must be able to heal herself like Saber. Even all those swords impaling her is still not enough to kill her, but it's hard to watch. The torrent of swords do not stop. Each weapon is different. No two are alike. And as much as I don't want to admit it, each of the weapons is a magical sword or spear, and is easily a match for a servant's noble phantasm.
嘘、こんなことあるはずない。こんな馬鹿げた数あるわけ。
An inexhaustible supply of noble phantasms rains down onto Castor. Seeing the way she struggles under it is just...
私死んじゃう。こんなデタラメで死ぬなんて。そんなおかしい。おかしくてこんな嘘。
That is the end of Castor. She disappears along with the blackness that was hiding her. The infinite cycle of torture that seemed to drag on forever lasted, in actuality, about 10 seconds. During that time, Saber stood, scowling at the golden night.
魔術師風情。騎士王を捕らえるなどと口にするのも大罪よ。あれは王である俺のものだ。王の宝に手を出す輩にはかような串刺しが似合っていよう。 さて、久しいなセーバー。覚えているか、俺が下した決定を。
His tone turns amicable as he addresses Saber. But Saber doesn't answer. She only glares all the more intensely at him.
なんだその顔は。未だ覚悟ができていないというのか。あれから10年だぞ。すでに心を決めても良い頃だな。ああ、もっともそれは俺だけの話なのか。お前にとってはつい先日の話であった。まったく男を待たせるとはたわけた女だ。
He laughs heartily. My heart's pounding. Partly from the disaster I just witnessed. But beyond that, the way he's looking at Saber is making me nauseous.
まだ雑種が残っていたか。
He glances toward the house, annoyed. I look and see Tosaka and Ilya on the veranda in front of the living room.
何あれ。
Ilya looks up at the man like she'd just seen a ghost. She strains her eyes for a moment, then shakes her head in disbelief.
嘘。あなた誰なの。
たわけ。見てわからぬか。この身はお前がよく知る英霊の一人であろう。
嘘。
Ilya jumps off the veranda and glares at the man as if in challenge.
知らない。私あなたなんて知らない。私が知らないサーバントなんて存在しちゃいけないんだから。
Wait, Ilya! My words don't reach her. Ilya releases a mass of magical energy straight at the man. I hear it rushing through the air. He does nothing. A mirrored shield appears in front of him and reflects Ilya's attack back at her. So what you're saying is he does have the potential for a defensive skill that he could employ in FGO, but does not have. She's been so blind and desperate in her attack that now she has no time to react to it. Ilya can only stand there as her attack rebounds towards her. Tosaka steps in and saves her, blocking the attack.
なるほど。今回はまた変わり種だな。前回の鉄を踏まぬよう少しは工夫したということか。
He looks down at Ilya, scrutinizing her. He looks at Ilya the same way he looks at Saber, coldly, as though appraising prized possessions.
やだやだやだやだやだ。私はあなたなんて嫌いなんだから。
Ilya glares at the man while Tosaka tries to hold her back.
貴様の事情なぞ知らん。いいから早く開け。そうだ。せっかくの5人目なのだからな。
He says it so simply. I'm not sure why that had an effect on her. Ilya trembles violently, then slumps to the ground. That's it. Nothing else can happen. Tosaka and I can only look up at the man. We completely understand. He's not looking at us. If either of us so much as speaks, we'll meet the same fate as Castor. But not Saber. Her silence as she stares up at the golden night is entirely different than ours.
なぜあなたが限界しているのです、アーチャー。
Saber tries to keep her voice under control. Tosaka and I can only gasp in surprise.
なぜも何もなかろう。聖杯は俺のものだ。自らの持ち物を取りに来て何が悪い。
ふざけたことを。あなたがそのような英雄ではない。いや、そもそも
やめておけ。その先を口にしては戦わざるを得なくなるぞ、騎士王よ。いや、もとよりそのつもりであったが、今日がそがれた。再会を祝すにしてはここはみすぼらしすぎるからな。
And with that, the man in gold turns away. He turns his back to us as if to demonstrate that we are no threat.
いずれ会うぞセイバー。あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
He disappears. The tension fades, and the yard returns to the usual tranquility. But it's the only thing that returns to how it was. The Emiya household is in shambles, and Ilya has fainted. And Saber, still with her back to us, remains silent. I set a futon out in the living room and laid the unconscious Ilya on it. She may have fainted, but her face is peaceful at least.
ほら、よそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
I feel a hand slap my back. Ouch, Tosaka, is that any way to treat the injured?
うるさい。人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。ほら、右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
Cold?
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。はい、次包帯ね。
She wraps the bandage around my right shoulder with surprising skill. It's past 10. After our battle with Castor, Tosaka began treating my wounds as soon as we got back to the living room. Well, she started, but most of my wounds have already healed, so now she's just fussing over me.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとデタラメな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。
What kind of vampires do you know?
あなた、本当に人間？
I think she said something similar before. Hey, I'm just an ordinary human being. Even I don't know what's going on with my body, so don't bother asking.
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた、首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
I certainly wouldn't want to experiment. The scary thing here is that Tosaka is serious. One of these days she might actually try for my neck with an axe.
ね？セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。
は、シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？
そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたとつながってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？
そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし、第一私の自然治癒はシローほど強くはあります。
セイバー？どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber stares off into space, apparently not even hearing Tosaka.
まさかそんなはずは。
Saber shakes her head and looks down. Tosaka and I exchange looks. Saber's acting weird. Actually, I know why. Ever since that golden knight appeared, Saber's been pretty down.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？あの金ピカ、セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
Saber doesn't answer. She obviously doesn't want to talk about it. But I still want to know. Tosaka's asking the questions I want answers to. Saber, if you know, then tell us. Who was that guy? You called him Archer.
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。彼が召喚されるはずがない。
A servant. So he really is a servant. That's pretty obvious. That could be a real problem for us.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
I can tell. I only saw him briefly, but it was more than enough to get a sense of what a monster he is.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがあーちゃんのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。そもそも7人以上の召喚は聖杯だって魔力が持たないわ。サーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人目はどうしたって呼び出す。待った、セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日、火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
For a moment, my entire body tenses. Saber fought in a sea of fire? This is nothing new. I already heard from Kotamine that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War, so it shouldn't be a surprise. I've been trying not to think about it all this time.
決着は？あなたあいつをきちんと倒したの？
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら私は
逆にあいつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Saber hangs her head but doesn't answer. And that's answer enough. Saber couldn't win? Not this imperfect Saber hobbled. Not this imperfect Saber hobbled my weakness, but Saber with nothing holding her back? Is that even possible? If you consider her expressly in terms of her strength as a swordsman, Saber isn't invincible. She was weaker than Berserker, but Saber has her noble phantasm. The other servants' noble phantasms are powerful, but Saber's exceeds them all. It's hard to believe there could be a hero in this world that her sacred sword can't defeat.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
My mind stops working. It's not that I agree with Tosaka's assessment, but she just described what I've been hoping could be impossible since yesterday.
ですがそれは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたらそれは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
There's a heavy silence. Yet, why does Tosaka look so pleased? Tosaka, why do you look so happy?
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ。ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。でその恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。つまり聖杯さえ手に入れれば サーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tosaka. I don't know who the heck that guy is, but he's a servant, and he's remained in this world since the previous war. Which means there's a way for Saber to do the same.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも私、あの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
He didn't have a noble phantasm that made clear who he was? That's ridiculous! A servant who doesn't have a noble phantasm would be a servant, right? Besides, he just...
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんて造作もないでしょ。宝具の形状から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に一つでも見覚えはありましたか？
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tosaka thinks hard for a moment. She folds her arms over her chest, frowning, and then just tilts her head in confusion.
嘘。そんなはずない。
What's going on, Tosaka? What's impossible?
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダインスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tosaka looks almost crazed as she mutters to herself. She looks a bit like she's tumbling down a rabbit hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
She's even starting to grind her teeth. Hey, Tosaka! Leaving her to her own devices will do more harm than good. If I don't stop her right now, we'll wind up paying the price later. Especially me. Tosaka! Tosaka! Come back to us!
ああ、もう黙っててよシロ。あんたがちゃちゃ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
I'm not trying to butt in. You're talking about that guy's noble phantasm, right? Judging just from their shapes, there was Dinesleaf, Harpe, Durandal, Vajra, Calibol, oh, and Gaybold. I don't know the Chinese one, but I think I covered all the famous ones.
それ合ってる。
I don't love the face she's making. It leaves me feeling even worse. I don't know much, but I just blurted out what leapt into my head.
けどそれってどういうことよ。そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
ええ、ですから私も彼の正体は分からなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるためアーチャーの正体を絞り込むことはできなかった。
The two look perplexed. What with so many noble phantasms, we have no hope of determining who he is. It's like hiding a leaf in a forest.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
Tosaka, obviously annoyed, glares at me, expecting. I'm not sure what. She's just taking her frustration out on me, I guess. Like what?
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは偶然だけなんだから。
She may be right. I get it. You're making fun of me.
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。ね、どうなの
？I got nothing. I raise my hands up in surrender. Tosaka groans.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？そうでもなけ。
同意見です。ですが
Huh? They weren't fakes. How did I figure that out? Besides, fake noble phantasms wouldn't have harmed Castor.
ふーん。エミヤ君、その根拠は？
I'm just saying they were real. Actually, everything else seemed fake.
は？
It's intuition. I can't explain it, but those were all real. Lancer's gay bulg is real, of course, but the spear the other guy used is also the real gay bulg. What? Her making that face isn't making it. Her making that face isn't making explaining this any easier. It doesn't help that I have no idea how I know this. I just know all these noble phantasms are real. I can feel it. Maybe it's because I used projection during our battle against Berserker. After seeing all those noble phantasms, I can tell they're all real. A great weapon is imbued with specific concepts, while imitations lack something. I learned that much when I replicated Saber's sword. In that regard, I think all the noble phantasms that Servant had were perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて。あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
Tosaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として。セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Why does she always have that mischievous look when it comes to topics like this?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば遠慮することはありませんが。
そ？なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
I'm not following Tosaka's lead, but I also sneak a glance towards Saber. I don't think Tosaka has it wrong. He seemed obsessed with Saber. Actually, it's beyond being obsessed. From the very beginning, he only saw Saber as his possession.
彼が何を考えているかなど私の知るところではありません。ですが前回の戦いの折求婚された覚えはあります。無論剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Propose? You mean that kind of proposal? What? What the heck is that servant thinking?
この場合喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることです。正直あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
そう？セイバーはそうでもあいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
Tosaka's being irresponsible, so I'm not sure why she looks so amused. Tosaka looks like she's happy to have a conversation like this with Saber, even though Saber seems disinterested.
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber's responses are at least sincere.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。安心した？
Are you saying you're hoping she has interest in women?
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思います。今の発言はどこかおかしい。
でしょうね。今のは私の出言だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Tosaka laughs menacingly. Her eyes make it clear she's laughing at me as much as at Saber. I don't know what's ticking me off, but I get up without a word.
あれちょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
Tea. I'm getting thirsty, and I figured I'd prepare tea for everyone. I huff and head towards the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm just irritated, so I decide to make super bitter tea for Tosaka.
それじゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。込み入った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
After teasing Saber for a good while, Tosaka gulps down her bitter tea and gets up. Yeah, go to sleep. Don't come back here.
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know why she's so amused, but Tosaka's mood seems good even as she turns back to the outbuilding.
シロはどうするのです？傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
Yeah, I intend to, but I'm going to watch Ilya a little more. If she seems alright, I'll take her to the spare room and then I'll go to bed too.
そうですか。それではそれまで私も付き添います。
And that's where our conversation ends. Tosaka was the one making all the noise, so it's gotten awkward now that it's quiet. Well, it's not that awkward. It's not that it's awkward. I'm anxious because there's so many questions rattling around in my head, and so many things I want to say. Come to think of it, I haven't really been able to talk to Saber. About the Holy Grail. About her not being dead. About how even if she obtains the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for her. There's no need to explain why. She still doesn't have a wish for herself. Saber, about our conversation earlier. Our eyes meet. Hers tells me that she knows what I want to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to divert what I have to say with her quiet tone, but I have to talk to her. I said about our conversation earlier. Tosaka said that servants can stay in this world if they obtain the Holy Grail, so...
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば元の私に戻るだけです。
So you're going to redo the selection of the king? Rather than saving yourself from the brink of death? You want to start over from the very beginning?
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから、せめてふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
She says this like she's talking about a stranger. For some reason, I get real mad. You idiots! Wake up! The heck with the king's duty. What matters is that you're here, so you should do what you want to do. You're strong, right? Then finish off this war right now. Get your Holy Grail and quit being a servant. If you have a wish, don't use it to go back in time and redo everything. If you want to change, don't change your past self, but find a way to change now. Then return to the past from here. Saber doesn't answer. She sighs.
シロ、しつこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
She rejects what I said outright.
それに、聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけでもありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。なぜなら前回の戦いで聖杯を得られるはずがないのですから。
What do you mean?
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日、町が炎に包まれた時、聖杯は破壊されたのです。私を裏切ったマスター、エニア・キリツグによって。
What? The edges of my vision go dark. I nearly fall backward but catch myself with both hands. Kiritsuku Emiya?
はい。10年前、前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。 私と桐次は最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯は桐次の手に渡った。アーチャーとそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。ですが桐次は聖杯を捨てたのです。その結果、町は火に包まれました。あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけですから。桐次は最後の霊樹を使って私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。桐次も私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切った桐次を問いただすこともできなかった。
It's not like I never thought about it. My old man was a mage. If he lived in this town, he could have been involved in a Holy Grail war. But still, why didn't you tell me, Saber? Why didn't you tell me my old man was a master?
通常サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですからこの件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。それにシローには桐次がどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは気が進まなかった。
Why didn't you want to tell me?
シロー、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。あなたのことにも驚きましたが、桐次の変わりようも私には信じられなかった。シローの記憶にいるエミや桐次は立派な人物です。ですが私の記憶にある彼はそのような人物ではなかった。一言で言ってしまえば彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻む者は何であろうと排除する。私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。それが何であるかは言うまでもないとは思いますが、残忍というわけではなかったし、殺人鬼というわけでもなかった。けれど彼には情というものが存在しなかった。桐次が私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。桐次はあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私には分からない。ただその目的であった聖杯を前にして彼を告白すれば、あの時ほど霊樹の存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
There's truth in Saber's words. No, they must all be true. I realized I knew nothing about Kiritsugu was like before I met him. There was no way for me to find out what kind of person he'd been before that, and there was no need. Even if Kiritsugu Emi was cold-hearted, it wouldn't change a thing. The man who adopted Shirou Emiya as his son was so much more. That's the only truth about him to me. But what nags at me is, if Kiritsugu truly was so ruthless, then his final moments were just too empty and futile. I see. Then maybe I was able to summon you because I'm Kiritsugu's son.
わかりません。桐次は正規の手順で私を呼び寄せました。マスターとしての適性が高かった桐次は歴史のある魔術師の家系に雇われ、聖杯戦争に参加した。マスターとしての準備はその家系が全て揃えたと言います。彼らは私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、桐次に委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。桐次はそれを触媒にして私を召喚したのです。ですから桐次本人には 私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ属性が近いというわけでもありません。シロウが私を引き寄せたのは何か別の力が働いたからでしょう。
I got it. I'm not that surprised my old man was a master. What does surprise me is that his servant is the same King Arthur with me now. And one more thing. Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then maybe this war is meaningless to begin with. I don't get it. You already knew there's no Holy Grail, right? So why did you decide to join this ridiculous war?
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた以上聖杯はなければおかしい。忘れたのですかシロ。私は聖杯を手に入れるためにサーバントになった。逆に言えば聖杯がない場所に私は呼ばれないのです。
Oh, yeah, but then does that mean a Holy Grail can fix itself after it's destroyed?
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
But then,
です
but it
があるは
shouldn't
ずです。
exist.
サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。聖杯がなければサーバントは現れない。それはあの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
The priest. Oh yeah, that guy. The guy living in the church. The overseer of the Holy Grail War. The man who's managing the Holy Grail should be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war. The whereabouts of the destroyed Holy Grail, and how Archer is still around. And yeah, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle that made him want to destroy the Holy Grail? I wake up alone. Even if she's recovered, Saber still needs to sleep on occasion. The moment we return to our rooms, Saber immediately falls asleep. I went to bed as well, if only to make her feel better. That was about an hour ago. It's past midnight. I should be able to get out of the house without Saber or Tosaka noticing at this hour. I sneak outside, trying not to make a sound. I thought of using the bike, but I'd just run the risk of waking them up. So I walk. There's not a single person outside. It's late, but the silence is still eerie. The air is frozen, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of life in the buildings. On the other hand, it feels like something dark and sinister is swirling at my feet. Did something happen to the town while Ilya had me prisoner? It's like a bad omen hangs over the entire place. This isn't my imagination. I look up towards the mountain in the distance. Ryudo Temple, which stands a distance away from town, only looks like a black lump. But it looks like it's swaying in the night air, rumbling and throbbing. I cross the dark river and walk into Shinto. So it's been 10 days. On that day, the night I met Saber for the first time and then walked across this bridge with Tosaka seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been here before. I may have said as much to Tosaka, but I did have a connection with that church. If things had gone differently, I would have ended up under the care of the church, and then been adopted by some family later on. It would have been either the Emiya family or that church. One heck of a fork in the road. 10 years ago, all the kids in that hospital were orphans. The church took them all in, at least temporarily. I was the only one in that group of orphans to be adopted from the hospital. It's probably why I've been unconsciously avoiding the church out of guilt. It's also why, 11 days ago, I told Tosaka it was my first time going to the church. The lights inside the church are on. I don't really like that priest, but there are things I need to ask him. Okay, let's go. I take a deep breath and put my hand on the heavy church doors. Father Kotamine, are you here? I step inside as I call out for him. There's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on, but this vast space is so quiet, I find myself more nervous than if it were dark. Hey, is anyone here? There's no reply. I can't keep going further in, so I might have to give up tonight. I whirl around when I hear a sound from behind me.
エミやシロか。こんな時間に何の用だ。
The suddenness of his appearance leaves me speechless.
夜も更けた。あとは眠るだけだったのだが、その顔では懺悔の真似事でもしたかったと見えるな。エミやシロ。
Kotamine sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through. Oh, hold on. I came to ask you something.
そんなことは分かっている。時間外だからといって訪れた者を追い返すことなどせん。
As Kotamine says so, he opens the door back into the back of the church.
ついてこい。話といっても聖杯戦争の件だろ。そんな血生臭い話をここでするわけにもいかん。
Kotamine doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears into the back of the church. I've come this far. I can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Kotamine intimidate me this time, and head towards the back of the church. Whoa. The outside is impressive, but the inside's pretty intricate too. This must be a courtyard. The garden and the passageways are too magnificent for Kotamine to live here alone.
何をしている？話をするのならこちらに来い。
The priest disappears around yet another corner. Dang, he's not waiting for me. I complain to myself as I chase after Kotamine. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't have any choice but to follow Kotamine. We enter a modest stone chamber. This simple room, far from the elegance of that chapel and courtyard, must be Father Kotamine's private room.
もてなすものの一つもないが許せ。
The priest makes his apology as he plops down onto a sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be wine. For the smell to linger in this room, he must really like wine.
どうした？話があるのではなかったか？そこでほうけられていても迷惑だが。
Nobody's standing around like a fool. I was just looking around because this room seemed weird. I'm going to go home as soon as I finish my business here.
それは何より。私も子供に付き合うほど暇ではない。質問は手短にしてもらおう。
This priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I just get intimidated.
それで話は何だ、エミヤシロ。一応教えられることは全て教えたつもりだが。
Don't lie. You knew all along. You knew my old man was Saber's master, and that the Holy Grail war was the Holy Grail was destroyed. You're the overseer here to manage the Holy Grail, so you can't not know.
ほう。セイバー自身がそう言ったのか。
Yeah. I heard that's how the last Holy Grail war ended. The priest falls silent, contemplating something.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか、それともあのセイバーそのものが異常なのか。何にせよ通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。過去、現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は 一切記憶されないはずだ。
He ponders this as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Kotomine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation. That's not what's going on. Saber's circumstances are different from other servants.
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだろう。話してみろ。
His haughty attitude ticks me off, but I don't have the time to deal with that too. I don't like it that this man might be able to give me a clear explanation. It seems Saber isn't dead yet. Her contract to become a heroic spirit isn't complete. It appears she wished for the Holy Grail just as she was dying, and she agreed to become a heroic spirit as the price for obtaining it. So, see, she's not completely dead. If she won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and that's when she'll become a heroic. She won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and that's when she'll become a servant in the normal sense.
死んでいない。では、セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠にとどまっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
Yeah, I think that's what it means. Tosaka said Saber's basically been carved out of time.
そうか。英霊のように事が済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは英霊として駆り出されるということか。だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま、今回も呼び出された。わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのは分からぬな。そうして手に入れたところで、待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろうに。
Right. Even if she gets the Holy Grail and has her wish granted, she'll just become another servant. I don't like that. Besides, what are servants? You say you use heroic spirits like familiars, but are there contradictory heroic spirits like Saber?
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。魂の永続。その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
Permanence of the soul?
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけという話だ。関係のないことだ。忘れろ。それでエミヤしろ。つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだな。
Is that what I want? I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards the only thing waiting for her is her disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king, and when King Arthur ceases to exist in our history, the hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others. And that seems wrong to me. So, if she could stop being a servant and just live a normal life.
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。いかに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。たとえ今回が失敗に終わっても、彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練をやり直すという、一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。 結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからな。だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけばいずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法などあれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまいよ。
I knew it. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She will stay like this forever, unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Even if this Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anymore, if she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she just has to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into this so-called heroic spirit and is sent all across time. So whether she obtains the Holy Grail or not, she'll remain a servant forever?
いや、そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら、セーバーを救うことはできる。
Huh? But you just said that was impossible.
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。だがお前が望んでいるのは、セーバーを人としてこの世にとどまらせることだろう。ならば、そう難しいことではない。聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも、死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになるが。
How do I do that?
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるものということだ。通常英霊として召喚される者には意志などない。連中はただ目的を果たすためだけの道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だからな。それならば世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
Can you do something like that? Saber said that the Holy Grail disappeared the moment it was destroyed last time. Without the Holy Grail, I thought servants can't stay.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを維持できない。聖杯という強大な魔力提供源がなければサーバントは消えてしまう。
Figured. Then
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供など代償行為に過ぎない。連中の本質は魂食いだ。存在濃度が薄れ始めたのなら他人の魂で補充すればよい。
is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did? The heck! I can't let her do that! Anyway, Saber wouldn't want to remain here if that's what she had to do it.
そうか。ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前が真実セーバーを人として生かしたいのなら、聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
He must have anticipated my resistance. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time. Are you telling me to grant my wish using the Holy Grail?
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。リンから聞かなかったか？サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって現世で2度目の生を授けられるのだと。もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬがな。 肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
But that means that no solution. That's no solution. Even if she were able to stay in this world, it would be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master. And even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just go back to that hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about what a second life. She insists she's going to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all of this, even still exist in this world? I've heard enough. Basically, you're telling me to get the Holy Grail. But does the Holy Grail even exist? If my old man destroyed it, wouldn't it?
もう何かね。
If the Holy Grail doesn't exist, then there's no reason to fight. This ridiculous fight to the death is pointless.
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。もとより君に理由などない。
He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I'd just become a master, and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the time, what he said didn't sink in. I just ignored him, thinking he was being sarcastic. But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight. If there's a Holy Grail, I want to end this war, and if it's possible, I want to give the Grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight, and a perfectly good one at that. But why? Why do those simple words make me shake so much I feel like I'm about to vomit up everything I held in? Why do those simple words make me shake so much I feel like I'm about to vomit up everything I've held in for so long?
まあよかろう。今はエミやシローの傷を切開する時ではない。
A voice shatters the stillness that had locked up my thoughts. It's the voice of a man I don't want to hear. But that voice at least settles the wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me.
聖杯はある。もとより聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。なくなれば用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意する。
Huh? Someone will prepare another one? Is a Holy Grail easy to make?
器を作るだけならばな。無論相応の技術が必要となってくるが、もとよりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。もともと聖杯とは神の血を受け継いだ杯ではなく、古より伝わる魔法の鎌が原型なのだ。お前も魔術師の端くれならば知っていよう。ユートピア、ギリシャ語でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには、願いを叶える万能の鎌があるとされた。このあらゆる神話の根底にある万能の鎌を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルン、マキリ、遠坂の三家だ。連中は何代かにわたって万能の鎌を再現する儀式を模索し、200年前にそれを完成させた。それが1度目の聖杯戦争。人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の鎌を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
Einsburg? Is that Ilya's family?
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。ことだが、それだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのが遠坂とマキリだ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。アインツベルンはそれを見越して遠坂を仲間に引き入れたのだろう。 遠坂はここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その死は高霊術の対価だった。アインツベルンとしては遠坂なくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。だが二つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか、遠坂はマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのもマキリだ。そうして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらしいな。そうして代を重ね、聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。遠坂はこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not sure what's so amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but I didn't know Ilya and the Tosaka families and Tosaka's families were the ones who created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだろう。
Huh? Ilya holds the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think I saw anything. I don't think I saw anything among her belongings that looked like a Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのなら早々に帰るがいい。戦いはまだ終わっていない。セーバーもつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
It's none of your business. I'm aware Lancer's master is still around. Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask. Kotamine, servants disappear once the Holy Grail disappears. That's what you said, right?
言ったが、何か問題でも。
Yeah, big time. I don't know who it was, but there was an eighth servant. According to Saber, he's been in this world since the previous war. I can see he's shocked. Kotamina's eyes go wide. What's going on, Kotamina? I came here thinking you might know something about this.
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだな。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。つまりセーバーの他にもう一人サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら話はたやすい。それは魂を食らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだろう。
That's impossible. That servant was frighteningly powerful. If someone like that hung around for 10 years, someone like you or my old man would have detected them.
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。そのサーバントのマスターか、もしくは
Or what?
聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。マキリのご老体はとうに隠居している。
Kotamina must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけん。 そのサーバントに関しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念するがいい。
Kotomine heads to the exit, indicating there is nothing else to discuss. There's definitely nothing more to be gained by staying here. I follow Kotomine out of the dark stone room. From there, he leads me to the entrance in silence. I leave the church. And
聖
behind
杯
me,
を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミやシロ。
the priest puts that to me, maybe to make certain I remember. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She will be freed from going back to the point right before her death, and she will truly die. Why the sudden change of heart? You're not one to give warnings like that.
なに、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろうとな。
That doesn't make sense. I can't keep Saber here without the Holy Grail.
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら魂を与え続ければいいだけではないか。
Forget you! I won't allow that! I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
My glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement.
ならば聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。お前のサーバントが望まないにしても霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
He's saying it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm her master, I just need to force her to drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎん。ま、セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church doors close. I glance up at the towering church before I turn to leave. I cross the bridge at night. This is the path I once walked with Saber. I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything at the time.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミやシロ。
I know. I don't need him to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't obtain the Holy Grail. But the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
I can't do that. And even if I asked her to, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were the alternative. She would disappear and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail war all over again later.
ならば霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
Shut up! Kotomine's words are poison. I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against the nearby rail, desperately hoping to clear my mind. I hear an echoing metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by. Dang! am I getting all worked up? I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kotomine, but there's just some sort of power to his words. I can't ignore them. What do I want to do, and what am I fighting for? In the beginning, it was stopping the Holy Grail War. But when did that become secondary? Did it happen when I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and started to cooperate with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for him, after our souls intertwined that night in the ruins? No, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it since the beginning. My mind's been made up since I met her in the shed, the sight of her illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine, had I not shared that dream of her past, and so not known any better. It would have been over without me even noticing. But I did find out. I knew I couldn't leave her alone, and I started to hope I could somehow not lose her. I wish to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. Ow! The image of the girl watching the sunset alone on that hill strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. She never took any time for herself. That always bothered me. Atsuko always said not to make a girl cry. I much prefer her smiling face to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. But then, when I told her to smile, she always replied that she would rather see me smile. It's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. Dang. I look up at the night sky. I stared up at the star I could never reach. A trickle. I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear sliding down my cheek. I love her. I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I've fallen in love with her, so much so that thinking about her can bring me to tears. I hear Tosaka's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance. Tosaka? Why are you?
玄関で立ち話もなんでしょ。疲れてるみたいだし、こっち来なさいよ。
Okay, I'm gonna save it here because it has run way longer than I thought, and there is not a... I don't know when this chapter is going to end, and I need to go to bed. So I hope you're enjoying this, and have a good night.